Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise. And boy, oh boy, everybody get your aspirin and your coffee, your tea, whatever it is that you use ready. Also, take your Claritin. I took Claritin this morning because my allergies have been through the freaking roof. My eyes, my nose, itchy, watery. Like, I'm not feeling it. I don't like this allergy thing. I've never been one who had allergies. So the last like 2 or 3 years I have had them, and it's not my cup of tea. I'll tell you that much. I don't appreciate all the itchiness in my skin. I also have psoriasis on my skin, so everything's itchy. But ooh, you have to make breakfast. See, I never have a chance, and I'm a little late today. Oh, we got to fix the bubble. I'm a little late today because my kiddo's bus was a little bit late today, but that's okay. So I literally have like maybe less than 10 minutes normally after her bus gets here. I try to do everything before the bus and before I wake her up, but that's not always possible. You know, I gotta get my beauty sleep too. So I usually have about between like 5 and 10 minutes to like do everything literally before I get here and set everything up. So I'm a little late. I apologize for being a little late this morning. Took my glasses off because I don't like the glare that the lights have on my glasses. Kind of, you guys can't, see. Also, I wear my blue eyeshadow. Because the cult said it's for people who are in middle school. And I think that they fail to understand that colors of any of eyeshadow, any colors at all, are for whenever you want. So I decided to make a good seashell look today. It's almost like an ocean, We got a pink on the inner corner, blended it out, and it's like a nice oceany color on the outside. It's to show my support for the O'Keefe family to wear blue in any way that I can. That's we're always going to show our support. I'm not a fan of the allergies. Thank you, Leah. I appreciate it. Definitely hit that like button. Good morning, Claire. Right? Oh my God. Me and you were talking about this last night. Like, OMG. Like, everybody, I mean, I definitely need a coffee. I'm gonna have to order one, and I will break down and order one because, I mean, DoorDash, can we quit it with the ridiculous amounts of money that you guys charge to have something delivered? It's getting a little redonka-donk. I'm just saying, it's getting a little ridiculous. It's a form of torture having to listen to Alessi. Although I will say that Dr. Welcher has made it quite fun. Dr. Welcher's made it quite fun and funny. Oh, your birthday's on June 3rd? Ooh, now I'm going to write it down. I'm going to bombard you with happy birthday messages on June 3rd. Hate when you guys don't tell me your birthdays either, because Grave didn't tell me it was his birthday. And I only found out because of Facebook when I went onto Facebook the next day. So then I had to bombard him with happy birthday messages the next day. So I will remember.
I heard it's Alessi's birthday today. Should we
Is it?
No, it's not.
I was going to say, is it hilarious? Didn't he just have a birthday, I think?
I don't know. I'm just joking.
We played Whack-A-Troll. We did, Jesse. You missed it. We played a little Whack-A-Troll. Good morning, Anna.
I found it very interesting that I think the cross was actually more damaging than the direct, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because the more I think about it, the more I'm like, man, you just the problem is that obviously people have expectations of what the guy's gonna show, but then when you wait for the defense to kind of chip away, and the end of the day, he couldn't chip away at anything.
Nothing.
His main crux, his main issue was that the data changed, his opinion changed, and the concept of what the car, possibility, and the guy, basically said anything's possible. The car could be in space, which if you go with according to chaos theory, that is a possibility. Chaos theory has a lot of situations where you can sleep in your bed one moment and wake up on the moon. Theoretically, That could happen. Anything is possible.
I love when they wanted to make fun of him for saying probable and possible. And that are the things that he wanted to argue, unless he wanted to argue with this guy about, is probability and possibility. It's possible the car could have shoot into outer space. Is it probable? No. But is it possible? Sure is. That's his point. And so I loved the cult trying to make fun of the fact that he said it could shoot into outer space. And yes, if it could, it could. if you just
Yeah,
design as a rocket.
yeah. And the point is really was to highlight that anything is possible, and an engineer doesn't work with anything that's possible. He works with what the data shows. And
Mm-hmm.
by the lawyer trying to push him to, like, answer questions that are possible, to me, number one is kind of a weird, their tactic, which is try to get all these experts to say is it possible? Is it possible? Is it possible? Anything is possible.
Oh yeah.
Maybe the dog had all his saliva glands removed and had no bottom mouth. I mean, maybe that's possible too, but that's unlikely, and that's the problem.
Very, very
Um,
unlikely.
I just think, like, you're looking at the jury, and the jury, I think, I think they took a lot away from the cross and the direct. And a lot of people are commenting, like, why did you not go 24 miles per hour on a dummy? And the point was of
He said why.
the yeah, was to show that it lined up, the arm lined up with the tail light. That's what
Right.
it was supposed to show. That there was a possibility that lined up with the
It
tail light,
wasn't
which it
trying to
did.
show every injury on the body. He was literally just trying to show in what positions could
Another
have
thing,
transferred.
Another thing people have criticism is like, why wasn't there a 3D model of John being hit with a car? And the issue is that there isn't enough
Is it
data.
I was just about to say, because there's not enough data to show where it began or ended, and they would just criticize where it began or ended because
Yeah,
no.
it would make the defense job a lot easier if he created a theoretical thing, because the truth of the matter is no one knows exactly where John was standing, and no one knows exactly where the exact point of contact.
Nope.
We just know that car reversed 24. John's phone stopped moving. After that, she pulled away. She leaves angry messages. Taillight damage. Taillights around his body. Embedded taillight pieces in his clothes. Injuries that are related to a car accident. One shoe's off. Now, no detail that I've seen. Unfortunately, I like that this is criminal lawyer, and I think he got some details wrong. Unfortunately, I think he hasn't really paid attention. He's like thinking that there's going to be an innocent thing. He said one of the comments he stated was like, "Well, the report said he had a coat on," and it's like, no, I think what happened was the EMT confused a hoodie or whatever, that little jacket thing with
Yeah.
a jacket, and that's
It's a
not
hoodie.
okay.
It was a hoodie. But yes, but in New England here, a lot of the time we'll wear real puffy hoodies or any kind of hoodie instead of a jacket. And I think like first responders and like they're used to wearing a jacket with a hood. Like we
Yeah.
don't, us civilians out here, like we know if we know we're going from a house to a car back into an establishment or a house, like what do we need a jacket for? We'll just put a hoodie on. Like it's New England. That's how we roll here. I know it's weird, but hey, it's the culture. Like
Yeah.
I've seen people outside in shorts in New England and in the snow. And even I think that's crazy, but hey, like
So Holly Dance says, I hear the FKR mob are claiming that it will be proved that Welcher used the wrong key cycle. And they're
dude, they've been
saying he
talking about
used,
the wrong key cycle since trial one. That's
yeah,
not only is that completely not true and completely false, but you can't use the wrong key cycle. As Dr.
yeah.
Welcher explained, the data literally tells you what key cycle.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think a lot of people are just going to believe what they want to believe in
Of
this
course.
case, and their opinions are not going to be swayed. I think really the most damaging situation is her own statements. And basically, even Turtle Boy admitted that this was a very bad witness for the defense. It
Did
was
he?
not good. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's like a clip, someone I clipped it, but it's like, he not good, because the problem is that humans are visual. He showed a visual representation of the possibility, and then basically, just like that lawyer we talked about, Matt, I think, um, he says that once they think it's possible, they start looking at the person being tried, and they wonder, is this possible? That this person be an angry, crazy person that would drive their car drunkenly into a person? And the answer is yes. Karen Reed looks like that. We've listened to the drunken messages. We listened to her very angrily, And these are things that I think the jury's going to pay attention to. Now, there's people that you say, like, what if a Karen Reed person has gotten a jury? What if, and it's like, yeah, unfortunately, just like San Sue, battles are won before it even starts. So, yeah, it could be a situation where, this has already been lost before even the jury was picked. That someone was already a turtle rider earlier on, or someone was a freak Karen Reed person, they got on, and they're not going to change their opinion one way or another. That's just how it is, unfortunately. And that's what the goal was of the defense. They might be successful. That's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate.
It is unfortunate. Good morning, everybody who's just popping in. Good morning, my fellow conspirators, as Potluck says. They still want to switch key cycles, Freak said. Key cycle numbers. Crazy. 1162 via mileage and turn on times lines up precisely. Like, that's exactly it. Good morning, Alma. Good morning, besties. It's insane to me. That they don't understand the data, so they just say shit.
I mean, I couldn't believe Alessi said he had another 4 more hours or more, and he was complaining to the judge, like, I'm not going to limit myself. I'm like sitting here, I'm like, sir, you've had 4 hours with this guy. You should have been done in 4 hours. This is a very simple fucking thing to figure out. And he asked this question so open-endedly. Honestly, like, I feel like they would have been better off with Yannetti asking the questions, because at least he doesn't ask open-ended questions. And that has been it's like Yannetti wants to have a conversation instead of just lining him up to get the fucking response he wants. Like, yes, no. That's it.
Right.
So
I got something real quick and I'll show you guys.
Yeah, there were a lot of people angry about the court report, the court reporter there. And I'm like, listen, this lady this lady's dealing with working 6 hours straight talking. I mean, some people type, some court reporters type, and imagine if you're writing for 7 hours straight with like minimum breaks. It's a tough job. And when you work past 4, you just can't speak anymore. I'm sure she doesn't even talk when she gets home. What?
Check this out. All right. Real quick. Let's get upset, guys.
Okay.
Everybody loves Yannetti.
Everybody loves Yannetti. No one loves me. And how he's like the last, like, just leave him behind. He's like last one to enter the courtroom, awkwardly grabbing his suitcase. I swear to God, I think Roberta Glass said it best, where she said Yannetti's like the nerdy kid doing the homework for the cool kids. And he is. He is.
So funny to me. Like, everyone loves Yannetti. Like, because he's just sitting in the corner. Yeah, he's just sitting in the corner, not doing much over there, bub. Like,
imagine
you're literally killing our ears.
Imagine Yannetti getting paid $250,000 to $500,000 just to sit in the motherfucking corner, and then letting people just use his license. Like, he's doing nothing. He's just literally just sleeping. He might as well take a fucking nap. Like,
he's doing nada. Absolutely nada.
I couldn't believe it.
We got the fan on, so I'm trying to get the fan, because that's what we got right now until Freak gets his.
So I hear Turtle Boy's trying to jump on the Casey Anthony bandwagon, going out there.
I'll make it very clear. He will jump on any bandwagon he thinks that will make him money if he just screams stuff loud enough.
Yeah, okay? He went to that woman.
And I believe that eventually he'll do Sandra Birchmore. But yeah, he went to Harmony Montgomery's mother's house. And by the way, pointing a camera into someone's front door is illegal. It is.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, like, I don't like, I think the woman is not the greatest human being, but even if the lady's not the greatest human being, she's still a private citizen and she shouldn't be harassed. I don't agree with her trying to threaten.
Here's the problem, right? Clearly, she had some, issues with addiction and mental health. And the problem is when custody transfers states from like Massachusetts to New Hampshire, like they did in Harmony's case, the other parent has literally no control over whether, and if the court leaves it up to the parent that has custody to decide whether you get to see your child or not, or whether you get a phone call or not, guess what? If they decide nothing, you get nothing. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can cry, bitch, because it's interstate.
I think what Turtle Boy is
so
that
people fail to understand that Crystal had to assume that Harmony was with her dad, but he was just refusing to let them see each other until she clearly decided like she was going to be more aggressive and got a little suspicious. And then, you know, at that point reported it.
Yeah,
but I don't think she's an evil. She didn't kill her child. She's the one who got the investigation going.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, like, she's definitely not the best human, but the fact is that's what Turtle Boy specializes in. He usually picks someone that people can generally hate, and that's his specialty.
Yeah.
He knows that there's a lot of people that don't like her. They don't like the fact that she got a settlement for $2.5 million. They don't like that she was on that Facebook page where, you know, she used her, you know, her son who was adopted by the other parent's photo, and she doesn't have. That's
Adam, she didn't have custody. You can't just report a child missing if you don't really think or know they're missing. For all she knew, Harmony was with Adam and Adam was refusing to let her see Harmony. You don't just report a child missing, you know what I mean, for no reason. I mean, like, she didn't have custody. She had no rights to do anything. Like,
yeah, but you could, you know what I mean? But the fact is, I just don't think a lady should be harassed. I think, like, just because you don't like a lady doesn't mean that you should harass the lady. I mean, in the end of the day, she's a private woman. She lost her kid. And I just don't agree with that. Even if you don't like her, she should not be harassed. And I think Turtle Boy knocking on her door is fucked up. And trying to like play games with her, and it's like, sir, can you just not be a scumbag?
Well, that's what he does. He's not actually trying to delve into any story. He's playing games. And even reporters cannot aim their cameras directly through your door in the state of Massachusetts, because if a camera is aiming directly through your private home, it is illegal. Like,
the harassment.
You can not like Crystal. That's okay.
Yeah, I think you cannot like.
That's fine. That's your opinion, and I respect your opinion. But I think people fail to understand how, first, addiction works, and two, how much child custody matters end up shitty, and how interstate custody matters work. There really isn't much.
The one thing
that Crystal could have done, and I'm guessing at some point she was on an addiction run, probably for maybe a year and a half or 2 years of those 3.
I just want to state. I want to state that I kind of agree with Bestie. I think, honestly, the kids, the surviving kids should have gotten a settlement, not the biological mother. I agree with that. Some sort of trust for those kids.
The problem with that is that didn't allow for that in the law.
Yeah, well, that's a messed up law.
That's why.
I kind of agree with Bestie Squad on that one, but that's just my opinion. And they're right, and they're right with the adopted parents.
But because I think it's the problem is.
What we say?
Well, yeah, they definitely pushed for sure, and they did a whole at the end of the trial there. They gave a statement, and it was really sad. Like, they could have taken Harmony and had Harmony. Like, there was no reason that they shouldn't have, and they have to go through it just like the parents, like Crystal does. But I think the problem is because she's technically the biological parent and hadn't had a termination of parental rights, that's where the law does not allow for adoptive parents, if they didn't fully adopt her, and they didn't, to have any sort of settlement because it wasn't their legal child at that point. So that's why that happened. I don't agree with it, but that's the law.
So what do you think of Barbara's question? Barbara's statement, she says Welcher's getting harassed with emails TV copied.
I was just getting ready to click on that. Like, I knew that they were going to get bombarded, by these people. I still daily, whether it's emails, phone calls, text messages, like, they still harass me daily. So it does not shock me. And I knew for a fact, as soon as any one of these people get on the stand, it's like instant after that. Instant. It's a dog whistle from the HQ leader of harassment to say, this person sucks, go harass them. It's a dog whistle. They suck, harass them. Like,
yeah, I don't understand the thought process that they think it's okay to harass a witness during a trial and to fuck with their jobs and stuff like that. It's like, in the end of the day, like, would you like me
because
to
they're
like try
sick
to
people.
to get a bunch of people to try to get Wolf Daddy fired or something? Like the Crash Daddy,
Right.
like Dr. Wolf? No, you wouldn't. You would think that I was a complete trash bag human being. You would absolutely be right. I don't think you should be harassing people in the middle of trials. I just don't think that's appropriate. I think people need to be, that should be treated with respect. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with you. JMS is guessing 6 sidebars. You guys should get your guesses in. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go with 5 today because it's a half a day.
No, we're going. No, we're gonna go
You want to
with.
go more?
I'm gonna go with 10.
I'm gonna go with
10
5, just 'cause
sidebars.
but I mean, hey, you never know. Adam, I don't know if you've ever been, and I'm a survivor of domestic violence, and I'll tell you this: some people never report it. Okay, never,
That is true. That is
never.
true.
And so I don't fault her for not reporting his violence towards her. Some people never report it. And I'll tell you, it took me 2 years to report it. And I was being abused when I was pregnant. And that's the point that pushed me over the edge there. But a lot of times you are afraid that person's going to come back and kill you if you rock that boat and make it worse. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a fine line when it comes to people who have been abused by violent people. And some people take it to their grave with them, what they went through. Unfortunately, it's part of the abuse pattern, you know? Some people never report it. I mean, I'll tell you this. I was abused as a child. I am almost 39 years old, and there are other victims, and none of us have ever went to the cops because what are they going to do this many years later? And you know what I mean? That's a whole nother can of worms that I've dealt with in therapy that none of us want to open in a whole legal proceeding. Like sometimes you just want to leave it alone, like, and move on with your life. It is what it is. You know, I can't fault her for not reporting it. Plenty of people don't report it. It's part of the abuse cycle. It takes a lot of guts. Even getting a restraining order, that's the most dangerous time, is either when you're trying to escape or you get something like a restraining order, because that's just a piece of paper. That's not stopping a violent psychopath. I'll tell you that right now. Mine didn't stop him. That piece of paper just pissed him off further, made it worse. So, you know, most people know that. So that's sort of like the dance you have to do when you're a victim of abuse or going through abuse, unfortunately. You know,
It looks like Mr. Aiden Kearney seems a little bit scared this morning. 37 minutes
shocker.
ago.
Why? What do you say?
He says, I think I'm permanently scarred from the jury interview. Nothing we think matters from either side. Actually, it mattered to them. We have no idea what they are thinking. They don't have access to the information we have. They can't review 8 weeks of testimony, and their general philosophy was, fuck it. Let's just meet them halfway and call manslaughter. Juries scare me. Yeah.
I also think it's a foreshadowing on the fact that he doesn't want to do a jury trial of his own, and I believe he's going to pick a judge trial, which is going to be hilarious.
Dumbest decision. No, that would be a terrible
I'm
idea.
aware, but the court has asked him numerous times if he wants a jury trial or a judge trial, and him and his attorney keep saying, well, we have until that very day to decide, which tells me that he does not want a jury trial. He wants a judge trial, which is so effing stupid. I can't even imagine. Like,
yeah, he's going to realize that he's going to get a hard-ass judge that's going to hit him so hard with so many, because he's harassing witnesses right now. I mean, if he's copy and pasting and harassing a witness that's literally on the stand, he's an idiot. And you know what? It tells me a lot that he's jumping to the Montgomery case a little, like with that woman, to harass her, because I think it's like a rat leaving a sinking ship. He knows this shit is not looking good in the courtroom. He knows that the truth is, like, it's not good. Alessi did terrible. I think Alessi did, it was more damaging Alessi crossing than the direct with Hank. I mean, it was bad with Hank, but the Alessi just shows that he has nothing. It's like, it's a bad situation. And I think what Alessi needs, if he, how they walked into the courtroom tells me also a lot, because how, like, Yannetti just didn't stop to wait for Alessi, and how it's like, everyone loves Yannetti. He's like,
that was hilarious.
That should be like, everyone loves Yannetti.
Right?
Yeah, man. I think he's
I
in a
think that was
pickle.
funny.
And he's
Everyone loves you, Nettie. Like, yeah, let's see, because now we all have to get aspirin and tea or any sort of caffeine to deal with you for the rest of the goddamn day. Like,
and I think he's getting pushed a little bit too much by his client Karen Reed.
agreed.
She
I
is
mean,
just
even the media. Did you see that? Even the media reported on that yesterday.
yeah. I
Yep.
mean, he is, and the problem is he's not an experienced trial attorney. He is a good attorney when it comes to depositions and whatever his field is, but this is like a whole new ball game. I mean, you need to be an expert on how you ask your questions. No, you can't be open-ended questions where you allow the witness to explain themselves. I mean,
Yep.
that was the problem. I mean, that whole explanation of distributing weight compared to like focal point, you allow that could have easily been
I
done
freaking love
without.
that he explained that to the
But
jury like
the
that.
point, yeah, but the point is that if he would have asked the question properly, he would not have been able to do that explanation.
Yeah. I mean,
That's the problem.
it hurt the defense for Dr. Welcher to do that, definition and explain to the jury like weight distribution or whatnot, because it helped them understand how John could have been hit where he was and got the injuries he did.
Yeah.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Did you see that clip of her jumping through the window?
Mr. Alessi, I will hear you on your argument on the board here.
Superman.
Yeah, it just jumps through the window to get out of the courtroom.
Let me out of here. Oh God, it's happening, everyone. It's happening.
Oh, no. Okay, what is his argument?
Your Honor, I am going to address the Trooper Paul aspect, and then I'm going to address the Dr. Scorti-Bello aspect of Dr. Welcher.
What?
With regard to Trooper Paul, I would like to draw the court's attention to the following documents for the straightforward proposition that Dr. Welcher has not only reviewed, he has not only considered, that he has adopted. I went back and looked at the documents, and the basis for this is as follows. Slides 22 and 23 do not just depict Trooper Joseph Paul himself. They show Trooper Paul conducting the CARS analysis on February 1st of 2022. Importantly, these slides highlight the mileage odometer of 12,665, and I respectfully request the court to anchor into that odometer reading, because I'm going to show the path that that odometer reading takes through all of the documents, but I want to emphasize the genesis of the odometer reading of 12,665 miles is with Trooper Paul as he conducted the CARS analysis on February 1st. Now, here's where Dr. Welcher comes in. Dr. Welcher then uses this key data point, odometer 12,665, as the basis, the starting point for his determination of the locations and times for the events of January 29 of 2022. Dr. Welcher uses his scenario analysis of Ms. Reed's travels, and that's detailed on slides 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 to calculate and then deduct 36 miles from the odometer according to Trooper Paul on February 1st of 2022 to arrive at an odometer reading of 12,629, which obviously is different from the anchor I talked about of 12,665. So the assumed odometer of 12,629, again, is based on Trooper Paul's CARS analysis in slides 22 and 23, are then used as a tether, a connection to the events recorded by the VCH and the Lexus on the following slides, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35, and 36.
So he used all the data
I
to use in his data?
elucidate this.
Oh, no.
And I explicate the slide numbers to show how many there are in Dr. Welcher's report that are rooted in the anchor point and then the change in the deduction of the odometer. So the events memorialized by Trooper Paul on February 1st, including the odometer reading, provide the foundation for Dr. Welcher's entire analysis of the VCH events. The entire analysis of Dr. Welcher's VCH events. That is the adoption aspect of what I started with. 2 more points. In addition, Dr. Welcher testified on his voir dire that the image on the left of slide 36 from his January 30th, 2025 presentation came from a file marked carsj.pol. Now, he did contend that it wasn't the exact same image, but I want to go to this. In fact, the image on slide 36 is from the drone used by Trooper Paul, and the citation for that is page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. That's where the drones are from. Dr. Welcher didn't do any drone activity. He took the drone that he had in his report that was just a little bit different than the one I was showing him. It comes from page 4, item 11 of the CARS report. And I quote, "The crash scene was documented during the on-scene investigation by utilizing Alicia's GNSS GPS mapping system and a DJI Mavic 2 UAS. This data was input to a computer-aided diagram program, which is IMS 360. Here's the key: to produce a scale diagram of this collision. So the DJI Mavic is the CARS team drone. This image of Dr. Welcher's slide 36 is clearly and indisputably from the drone. And the only drone extant is the drone of Trooper Paul and the CARS team. Last point with regard to the Trooper Paul basis in adoption of Dr. Welcher. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Welcher on voir dire if the image from slide 36 actually came from the CERT team, which is simply not true. The CERT team, actually Lieutenant Tully with the CERT team, took about a dozen photos of the taillight in the snow in the dark around 6 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Lieutenant O'Hara said that the CERT team never traveled back to the scene again. So there were very obviously no photos or images taken by the CERT team in the daylight from the drone. And I again refer to slides 22 and slides 23, where Dr. Welcher said it was more likely than not that it was Trooper Paul in those slides, but the point, whether it's Trooper Paul or not, is completely overwhelmed by what I just argued and presented as specific factual basis for a review, a consideration, and an adoption of the work of Trooper Paul. Unless your Honor has any questions, I would now move on to Dr. Scorti-Bello. Thank you.
Oh my God. How about we just shut the F up, Alessi? You made no points and you're wrong. So 5 points for me, 0 for you. You get no Snickers,
Dr.
Bob.
Scorti-Bello will be much
No
shorter.
Snickers. No Snickers, Bob. None. Oh, shorter? So another year then?
Mr. Woke, do we have the slide of the Dr. Scorti-Bello it's at the end of the slide presentation with her name on it. Oh. You just give the slide number, please. So it is slide 131. I almost know it verbatim, Your Honor, so I will continue. If Ms. Gilman has slide or someone could turn it on. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So with regard to slide 31, at the very top, and this again is a slide presentation of Dr. Welcher. So up at the very top, and so Dr. Welcher admitted that he not only reviewed the autopsy report, he admitted that he not only considered the autopsy report, he admitted that he adopted it, and I'm going to put adopt in quotes, to the extent that he used it in his slide presentation, and he actually, to show the depth of those three verbs, he's got an orange highlight under final diagnosis, multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium.
Those are facts, not an opinion. Those are facts.
Obviously, about the rear wounds of Mr. O'Keefe. He testified about how he believed those wounds came about, and he cited as corroboration the highlight of multiple skull fractures, base of skull, and cavallarium. It couldn't be any more obvious, his rooting in this document and reliance upon it. Why else would he have it in his slide presentation? And he's got the name of Dr. Scorti-Bello. And frankly, Your Honor, he didn't fight that whatsoever in the questioning of him. Then you go to underneath cause of death, but impact injuries to head and hypothermia. He essentially repeated that on his testimony. And then if we could, Mr. Wolk, just go to the right.
So your experts aren't going to use any facts or data?
So you've got highlighted head, skull fracture radiating from the right occipital skull and into the right parietal bone, right and left occipital foci, and bilateral anterior foci and orbital plates. Again, the highlighted means something. He's adopting it. And lastly, that the depiction of the skull here, I believe that's Dr. Welcher's handwriting. I believe that's his green, the LR, because I've never seen this green highlighting before. And it could also be Dr. Scorti-Bello's. That's another possibility. I'm not sure. But let's assume sort of the most conservative part that it's Dr. Scorti-Bello's. The key part is he's got it in there and he is referencing it. So, Your Honor, the last point really for both of them, and I wanted to save this point because it applies to both.
The judge already decided, by the way.
With regard to experts, the law is clear. So I think the easiest part to show what our position here is the adoption. But
it's not an adoption.
And it's clearly shown.
They're using
adoption doesn't mean you have to agree with it. You just have to put your expert hands around it, wrestle with it, deal with it.
Which he did.
And there is no rule of law that I'm aware of that says you can't question an expert witness unless it's something that the expert witness agrees with. If the expert witness has reviewed it and considered it,
this is the most
and
ridiculous
especially
argument
if
I've ever
they've
heard.
rejected it. The easiest is obviously reviewed, considered, and adopted. But it's certainly permissible and important to a defendant's constitutional right, Sixth Amendment to cross-examination. If an expert says or even infers, I reject this. I reject what Trooper Paul did, or I reject what Dr. Scorti-Bello did. That is decision-making of an expert that the attorney has a right to be able to test. Why did you reject it? What was your thought process in rejecting it?
Parts of it, I
And
think.
that applies to both Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello, because as I understand it, this witness, Dr. Welcher, is not, he says, I'm not relying upon Dr. or Trooper Paul, which is completely false based upon what I just showed. But even if he just rejects it, in addition to what he has done, we have the right to test and get answers as to why he did it. And the same with Dr. Scorti-Bello. Once he goes to this level, Your Honor, I believe it's a straightforward right,
used facts
especially of a
in his
defendant
opinion.
in a criminal
Well,
trial,
what?
and especially of the stakes and the charges this high, that we get to
I don't even know what the motion is.
test it. What I think, lastly, my point here, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is doing is this.
Exactly.
The Commonwealth knows Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorti-Bello are problematic for their theory and their narrative.
What?
Trooper Paul has got, if you work backwards from his key cycles, you end up with 1162.2, their key cycle. That ends up being not in front of 34 Fairview, but it ends up when the Lexus is in the possession of the state. That is the result of that. And that was something that was addressed square head on in the first proceeding. We're not coming up with some fanciful ghost in the second trial.
They want to
This
question.
was gone through extensively in the first proceeding. And I understand this is a new trial.
Not going to happen.
It goes to show it's not something coming out of the blue, etc. And with regard to Dr. Scorti-Bello, it was remarkable on the redirect that I've never seen a prosecution essentially go after the opinions and conclusion of their own medical examiner when they basically said, the medical examiner, I can't call this a homicide. The manner of death is undetermined. And the medical examiner says, I don't see any motor vehicle impact injuries.
I know what they're doing.
There couldn't be anything more apt, more probative than whether or not the injuries to the decedent are from a motor vehicle. The Dr. Welcher himself is saying they are. That's the essence of his opinion. It's the essence of his test.
No, it's
we get to be able to respectfully, Your Honor, say, well, wait a minute. You said you looked at the autopsy. You said this. You highlight it. But you're going against the medical examiner on whether there's motor vehicle injuries.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
The experts
he's not a medical professional.
Cherry pick and choose from documents. They can't use it as a shield and a sword. They can't put up, for example, Dr. Scorti-Bello's autopsy report, cherry pick things that benefit from them, and then and they did it on direct. And then all of a sudden on cross, when we want to go and test that, they say, oh, no, you can't do it. Your Honor, this whole argument is absurd. And it's antithetical.
You're right. Your argument is absurd.
And even if, and this is my last point, even if this were merely a civil case, this would be routine cross-examination against the expert on the side. So in conclusion, Your Honor, I respectfully request that Ms. Reed and her team be allowed to exercise their constitutional right to cross-examination.
Please.
The keystone of a defense in a criminal trial.
You want to cross-examine Trooper Paul.
And that they be able to
not Dr. Welcher, Trooper Paul.
The shield that the prosecution is trying to put on us and be able to combat the sword that the prosecution has put forward with regard to trying to cherry pick from this information. And that we get to proceed, and we get to proceed undaunted from all the serial objections yesterday that interrupted my cross-examination.
Oh, serial objections. The ones that you do during every witness. What he's trying to do is he's trying to beat through Trooper Paul's information through Dr. Welcher. That's what they want to do. Basically bring Trooper Paul into it through Dr. Welcher, which is a joke.
What arises from the litany of complaints by the defense is that there is no constitutional right to usurp the rules of evidence. There is no case law, as much as they urge the court and yell out the word case law and constitutional right and Sixth Amendment right. There is no case law to support what they are trying to do. It is a simple endeavor that is clouded by all the rhetoric that they offer. And it is clear, and the court knows what they're trying to do. They're trying to pit the inadmissible opinion of a non-testifying witness against a testifying witness.
Bingo!
They have asked Dr. Scotti-Bello what her opinion is. And although it's not consistent with our reading of the case law, they were allowed to introduce that it was an undetermined cause of death or mechanism. That evidence is already in front of the jury, but they can't simply repeat it because it sounds good to them or they think it's helpful. Simply because a witness uses a document or looks at it or uses part of an autopsy does not let them regurgitate an opinion that's already in evidence to try to phantom cross-examine an expert.
Bingo.
Dr. Welcher is clear. He did not rely on Dr. Scotti-Bello's conclusion that this cause of death is undetermined. In fact, as an aside, he said, I wouldn't, because she's not qualified for that. And so this is a simple game. Let's pit one witness against the other and suggest that the Commonwealth's witnesses are inconsistent. They take it a step further. They want to relive what they think is their past success last year in this case.
Bingo.
Without actually calling the witness. They want the jury to hear their perspective that a past witness had confusion in his analysis, but they don't want to call the witness.
Bingo.
They want you to allow them to do that, not just shouting it out and have sustained objections, which has happened this entire case, but they actually want you to be able to allow them to ask Dr. Welch these questions, which he did not rely on. We had a voir dire. He was clear. He did not rely on the analysis of Trooper Paul. He did not rely on that determination or undetermined determination by Dr. Scotti-Bello. It is that simple. They try to throw some fluff out and they throw around some documents. We have slide 22. Simply because there's a suggestion that Trooper Paul might be the hand in the picture is not an anchor. It's not a tether. It's not an adoption. It's no such thing. In fact, if you look at that photograph, it was taken by Zach Clark. So by the rationale of the defense, they should now be able to ask Dr. Welcher any question they want about Zach Clark's opinions, efforts, what Zach Clark did. It is a photograph that he considered, not an opinion, not an analysis. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Dr. Welcher's analysis or opinions. In fact, the evidence is to the contrary. He came out, conducted an independent analysis, did all of the work himself, considered documents, and he was specific about what was part of his opinion and what was not. And this information was not part of his opinion. They turned to the Google map. A bit misleading. This was generated by Google. Two separate people used the same program, but when you look at the CARS report and you look at Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, it's different. Dr. Welcher's has a map on the side, and when you look at the numbers themselves, the CAR report says minimum 36.1, maximum 38.8. Dr. Welcher's slide, 37.9, 38.1. So in no way did he adopt, anchor, tether, use as any basis. In fact, his is different and separate, as all of his analysis is. And so the portrayal of this necessity of information so they can sneak in inadmissible opinions with no witness is simply improper. There is no case law. There is no legal support for it.
None.
They cannot reach back into last year and manipulate a witness and ask him about something that he didn't rely on because it feels good or it sounds good for their case. Dr. Welcher did not rely on Trooper Paul's analysis or reports, and he did not rely on the conclusion of Dr. Scotti-Bello of undetermined. If they want to call Trooper Paul, well, maybe they can try to do that, but Dr. Welcher is not the right witness for it. These opinions to try to do a credibility value is a core preclusion in criminal law, a core preclusion. You cannot vouch for the credibility of another witness. You cannot comment. It's like asking, did the police officer lie when he said the light was red? It's the absolute same analysis. It just has a lot of icing on it.
That's it.
Very briefly bring the jury, start getting the jury ready, please.
Your Honor, with regard to Trooper Paul, Mr. Brennan did not address 80% of the slides that I addressed that showed the basis. When he talked about the picture, making it seem like the picture is the only thing we're relying upon, there's clearly other items. But even the picture, Your Honor, the purpose of the picture is it's got the odometer reading. That's
He
why
addressed
they
all of
took
it,
the
by the way.
picture.
Uh-oh.
And that's
Now
the
he's freezing. Hold
tether.
on.
So the photo is completely
Hold on.
relevant. It's not who's in it. It's the fact that that's the odometer reading they're using. Next point with regard to case law. Mr. Brennan presents none to go against the common sense law and that has been there for years. The other thing, Your Honor, is with regard to Mr. Brennan keeps trying to put my arguments into a credibility, like we're trying to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul. He says that we're trying to redo last trial. To the contrary, Your Honor, it's the Commonwealth that brought Trooper Paul into the second trial through Dr. Welcher and Dr. Welcher's reliance on all the work of Trooper Paul. They've brought it in here. And because of that, we get the right to cross-examine it. Last point. This is not about credibility. He keeps saying something that's not happening, that we're going to attack the credibility of Trooper Paul.
That's exactly what you're doing. Stop it.
What we do is to say to Dr. Welcher, you have brought up Trooper Paul. You have used his odometer reading.
Yeah,
that
exactly
odometer reading tethers through to Google. It tethers through everything you're doing. It's the foundation. But what you're ignoring, Dr. Welcher, are all the key cycle results that come from that odometer reading that you relied upon. Dr. Welcher himself can't cherry pick, grab things that he needs from Trooper Paul to do his analysis, and then the Commonwealth say, but you can't go after that because it somehow has Trooper Paul's name on it. It's
the odometer doesn't change,
and it's incorrect under the law. Thank you.
No, you're incorrect under the law. You're against the Geneva Convention.
I disagree with you, Mr. Alessi. I'm not allowing in the line of questioning regarding Trooper Paul, and I'm not allowing the line of questioning regarding Dr. Scorti-Bello. That's my ruling. Let's bring the jury in. Well, come over here because they're on their way.
So as I said, right before Hank got up there, what they were attempting to do was they were attempting, and this is the first sidebar, y'all. I'm just going to skip playing the thing real quick so I can explain. Just as I said right before Hank got up there, what they were trying to do is they were trying to like cross-examine Trooper Paul's like reports and whatnot and Dr. Scorti-Bello's through Dr. Welcher, which you can't do. You want to call Trooper Paul? Call Trooper Paul. It has nothing to do with Dr. Welcher. And of course, within seconds of me saying that, brilliantly, Hank gets up there and explains exactly what I just said, and that they were attempting to bring in Trooper Paul's stuff through Dr. Welcher, which they cannot do. You want to bitch about the odometer? The odometer doesn't change. Dr. Welcher has to rely on the odometer because that's the picture that was taken of the odometer reading, okay? Which means that's a fact. Dr. Welcher has to take the facts that are known, right, and use them. That's literally how it works. That's how it works, right? Which is why the judge is like, I don't agree, because it's very clearly he has to use some of those things to get to the truth, okay? So, of course, as usual, I shall take my bow of being right. I saw immediately what they were trying to do, and brilliantly, so did Hank. They are doing exactly what Hank said, trying to relive what they think is their past, good cross-examination of Trooper Paul last year, and do it through Dr. Welcher by trying to disparage Dr. Welcher because he used the odometer reading. The odometer reading is a reading that he needs to know. A picture was taken of it. That's a fact. It's not an opinion of Trooper Paul. It is a literal fact. Like, exactly. And the triggers have the odometer readings. Like, Brohamian, listen, all right? Sorry, not sorry. I saw immediately what the defense was trying to do. And clearly, so did Hank. Good for you, Hank. And I found it so funny, so freaking funny that Alessi had the balls in front of the judge to say and this wasn't for anybody but the cult, make this clear. The serial objections, Hank barely objects. Number one. Number two, who's the serial objector in that courtroom? Alessi himself. Why don't they just call Trooper Paul? Because that would be very bad for them. That's why they don't call Trooper Paul. They never put him on the witness list either. So by this point, they're not going to be able to call Trooper Paul. It's too late. Too late. too late. Like, I shall take my bow again. I was right once again. I mean, the cult says I don't know what I'm talking about, though. I have no idea. I have no knowledge. None. Zero. I know nothing. I'm just a dum-dum. I'm a dummy that doesn't know anything about anything. I have no idea what I'm talking about, ever. That's what the cult says.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. I'll say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
I knew she couldn't allow it. There's no case law to allow something like that. It doesn't exist.
We were waiting. We were doing work in here, but we appreciate your patience. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
They know they're experts, week.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or should be. Thank you. Could we have Dr. Welcher back in, please? And Mr. Alessi?
It does not. You are right. They just love to invoke constitutional rights.
It doesn't look like it's turned on at all.
Okay, good.
Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Is he bitching about a smartwatch now?
So this one.
I can't. I literally, I can't.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
She didn't say good morning. You guys see that? She kind of just turned her head and didn't say good morning.
And Dr. Welcher, we're going to ask you to not turn on your computer yet.
Okey-dokey.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, if I could, smartwatches that are receiving text messages during his direct, if we can make
What?
sure that that does not occur.
I can get my email. I'll take all the time.
Okay, or just don't look at your watch.
I'll split it with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Morning,
Like-
Dr. Welcher.
I hope
Good
Hank
morning.
makes all of them take off any watches or
Do you
anything
know
else.
whether there was glass
Okay.
found on the bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus SUV?
My understanding there was, yes.
Did you reach a conclusion on whether the glass on the bumper came from the drinking glass that you assert Mr. O'Keefe was holding at the time of the alleged impact?
I didn't have an opportunity to inspect the glass, but the glass was broken and there was glass on the bumper. That's all I know.
So you, as you sit here today, you have no basis to conclude that the glass on the bumper came from the glass that you depict as having been held by Mr. O'Keefe at the time of
That's
the
where it was
alleged impact.
found.
Is that
It's in
correct?
evidence.
Well,
What?
You're mixing a couple things.
No, Dr. Welcher,
So can
if
I-
you can just answer my question.
I'm
If
trying
I
to.
need to rephrase it, I will.
He's trying to.
I'll ask it a different way.
Please.
That's not asking it a different way.
You have no basis as you sit here today
That's
to
the same
conclude
question.
that the glass on the bumper came from a drinking glass connected to Mr. O'Keefe, do you?
Well, we have a picture of a broken glass at the scene. So I wouldn't say we have no basis. We don't necessarily have enough to conclude it's from it, though.
That's the answer. You don't like it? Too bad.
Do you had
Ask him again.
depictions
Go
in
ahead.
your test with
Dumbass.
Mr. O'Keefe holding a glass, correct?
Correct.
My question is, you have no evidence to show at all other than, and I'm talking evidence, testing information.
That is
You're
evidence.
saying you have no
Pictures
evidence
aren't
that
evidence.
shows that the glass on the bumper is not the same glass as you showed on your slides as being found supposedly at the scene. You have no test
What?
evidence that that's the same glass, do you?
What?
So again, the one I have at my testing obviously was not the same glass. We have pictures of a broken bar glass in the snow near where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. We have glass fragments on the rear of the bumper. That's the extent of my knowledge on the correlation between those two.
So do you said you reviewed the reports
I
and testimonies
I
of
wouldn't have.
various Commonwealth representatives, correct? That's in your report. Like-
Correct, in the initial.
In the initial, right, correct. And some of those reports included forensic scientists who work for the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And you put those in your report as documents that you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, it's your testimony. You don't know whether in any of the reports of the Massachusetts State Police, there is an answer to the question of whether there's any connection at all between the glass found in the snow and the glass on the bumper.
I recall it being inconclusive.
Oh, so you recall that the testing was inconclusive?
I don't remember what testing they did, but for example, when they put the taillight fragments back together, they were able to deduce that the fragments were from the taillight. I don't think they attempted to do that with the glass.
His questions are
Assume
always too long.
that there has been testing
Don't
of the
assume.
glass on the
Objection.
bumper, and assume that that testing conclusively determines that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that was found in the snow.
Objection.
Okay.
Assume that.
Okay.
How would that affect your analysis?
It wouldn't.
I'd want to know where the glass came from, but we still have a whole bunch of other elements. So I don't think it would affect the end results.
So
Your arm.
would
where
it
your
have
arm is.
any part in your
Doesn't affect that.
analysis with my assumption that the glass on the bumper is not the glass that's associated with the broken glass that was supposedly found in the snow?
Yes, I mean, we always want to have as much answers or as many answers as possible. So I would want to know if we could figure out where it came from.
And wouldn't the fact, assuming that the test results show there's no connection, meaning the glass on the bumper is different from the glass in the snow, wouldn't that be
mean that there's two glasses?
contrary to your
different
theory
things?
of what
No.
happened in some way?
No.
It depends on when
One
the
glass
glass
could be
was
it.
actually
One glass could be
broken.
from something else. So
The
no.
glass was in his hand. At least that's the testimonial evidence I have seen. So it depends on whether it's broken from contact with the rear of the vehicle or broken with contact on the ground.
Assume that the glass on the bumper
Mhm.
is not the glass that was found in the snowbank. Doesn't that, at least in part, contradict your hypothesis as to whether
Cancer.
there was contact by the Lexus with Mr. O'Keefe
No.
at 34 Fairview?
So if you recall all my slides, nowhere did we discuss that in my slides. So no, it wouldn't contradict it. I would want to know where that glass came from.
But you didn't seek that information, did you, sir, in your analysis to
Yeah, he
determine where the glass came from?
Of course I did. I read the reports about it.
But
What
you
do you
sit
mean?
here and you say you don't know the answer. There's steps you could have taken to get that answer quite easily. Couldn't you have, sir?
Not me. That's a material science expert.
You've
What?
been communicating with Lieutenant Tully, haven't you?
Correct.
Exactly.
You could have
Why
asked
is Leslie
Lieutenant Tully
testifying?
that question?
To my knowledge, he's not a material science expert.
But could he have told you the result of testing on that glass on the bumper and whether it was any way associated with the glass found in the snow? Wouldn't that have been an easy question to ask him? Just, has there been testing? And if so, what's the results?
Yes, but my knowledge from reading the reports was it was inconclusive.
But you didn't read all of the reports, did you, sir?
Apparently not.
Let's turn to another topic, laser scans. Part of your analysis involved conducting laser scans of portions of 1 Meadows Avenue, the house of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Those laser scans were used, at least in part, to answer the question of whether the collision between Miss Reed's SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at 1 Meadows at approximately 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022, caused the right rear taillight of the Lexus to break, correct?
Correct.
And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
You want to get it as accurate as possible.
And the reason why inches matter is because, and we're going to get to this, you try, and you did it in your slide presentation on direct, you tried to see whether the Lexus lined up with the Traverse such that there could be a break of the taillight. That was part of your analysis, correct?
So the main part of the photogrammetry was to determine the speeds and the angles and the degree of overlap on the vehicles. And then we also looked at the damage from the video, or actually it's just where the snow was knocked off the rear of the Chevy Traverse, and document the height of that.
You said the main part. I don't want to engage in semantics. I want to go to my question of, isn't part of the laser scan analysis to determine whether or not those two vehicles align sufficiently such that the Lexus could break, the taillight of the Lexus could break coming into contact with the Chevy Traverse? Wasn't that part of your analysis, at least in part?
Yes.
Okay. And in that analysis, inches literally matter, correct?
It can, depending on which way you're going inches.
So the Ring camera at One Meadows, you're familiar with that Ring camera, right? At
Correct.
One Meadows? That Ring camera at One Meadows was used as part of the laser scan process that you and your firm Aperture performed at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024. Do I have the date correct?
I believe so, but like the videos were not literally used during the laser scans. We took the laser scans, the video, combined them together in a process called photogrammetry.
Okay, let's get this down to the fundamentals. You used, and that was my question, Your Honor, if we could publish the exhibit with regard to the Ring camera.
Sure. What exhibit is it?
I've got my, yeah. Dr. Welcher, you recognize that Ring camera as being at One Meadows. You discussed it, as a matter of fact, on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
Now, that Ring camera was utilized as part of your laser scan process, correct? It was used.
So you're confusing laser scan and photogrammetry. The video, the laser scanners are together used in the photogrammetry. The camera and the laser scans are not used necessarily with each other.
Was that Ring camera used for any part of your work?
Absolutely, the photogrammetry.
I just need to be able to finish my question, sir. Was that
Sorry.
Ring camera used for any part of your work at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
Yes.
And it was used for
Talk, he
what?
doesn't understand it.
In the photogrammetric process, to establish the position and dimensions of various things in the video. So then we could go back and overlay the vehicles and track the tracks in the snow, as well as look at the damage to the vehicles.
Right. So this was used to, as a basis, not the only one, to establish dimensions of the other work that was done in analysis at One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Woke. You know that the Ring camera at One Meadows, in existence when Aperture did the work on October 2nd, 2024, was different than the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022, the date where you went through to see if those two vehicles align. Is that correct? The cameras are different.
That is correct.
And you know that the cameras are different, and you knew that as part of your analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you document the differences between the two cameras as part of any work performed at One Meadows?
Yes.
And did you measure any differences there might have been between the location of the newer Ring camera from the older one that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
No, what we did is use the current Ring camera in conjunction with the old Ring camera, and with the laser scans, we're able to, again, map the points onto the scene. That's why I showed you the report from the photogrammetry software that reported our error.
Sir, my question was just measurement, not your process.
Oh.
Did you measure the difference
I don't believe so.
between where the old camera was and where the new camera was?
No, it was angled slightly more to the right, though.
How would you know that if you were not retained on January 29th of 2022? How would you know where the original angles were?
Because when you look at the first camera, the one on January 22nd, it's here. The new one is slightly over to the right.
That's an eyeball approximation analysis. That's not a measurement, correct?
Well, I don't know that we actually measured it, but we accounted for it and corrected for it. But you can see, for example, what the original one shows, for example, to the left-hand side, compared to what the new one shows to the left-hand side, and it's angled more to the right.
Sir, you have experience with Ring cameras, correct?
I do.
And I think a lot of members of the public have experience with Ring cameras. You can move just the camera portion ever so slightly and change significantly the angle of the camera, can't you, what it captures? Just a small turn.
Potentially.
Right. Even a millimeter turn can make a change. A 2 millimeter, a 1 inch can make a significant change with regard to what the camera captures, correct?
Could, sure.
So, did you measure whether the newer camera that was present on October 2nd, 2024 was installed to the left? And I'm talking measure. To the right, to the top, or the bottom relative to the camera that was there on January 29th of 2022?
So we solved for the camera position.
I'm asking if you measured, sir.
Oh, no, we didn't measure.
So let's talk about some other differences with regard to cameras and Ring cameras. Different Ring cameras can have different levels of distortion, correct?
Potentially.
Cameras, well, are you saying that all Ring cameras have the same level of distortion?
No, but again, they're mass produced, so you could have some that have the same exact distortion. You could have some that have different.
And you don't know the comparative distortion between what I'm just going to now refer to as the old Ring camera that was there January 29, 2022, and the camera that you saw on October 2024, which I'll refer to the new camera. You don't know the difference in the distortion between those cameras as you sit here today, do you?
So we know enough information that if the distortions had been different, our errors would have been too high. And so the fact that our errors are within acceptable, are what's called an RMS error, we know that the distortions are similar enough to give us accurate measurements.
Sir, that is speculation. That is not data. That is not a measurement. You didn't measure the distortion.
That's not speculation, you actual
You
idiot.
didn't have the old camera to do it.
We didn't, but we had images from the old camera. And then when we get images from the new camera and solve those camera properties and then overlay data from the old images to the new images with the point clouds,
Tell the
if
difference.
that distortion is too great, we will have too high of errors in our project, which is why I showed the error report from
Thank
the
you, Ren.
photogrammetry process, to show that we have checked for that and documented that our errors are in acceptable range so that we have confidence in our results.
You do not have information from the manufacturer of Ring. You didn't present it, and you don't have it as to what is the acceptable level of distortion for the analysis that you did, do you, sir?
The
You have that from Ring.
I don't have it for Ring, but I
Thank
don't need
you.
it from Ring.
So now let's go to, if cameras have different levels of distortion, that would change the analysis in reconciling the difference between their angles. That's a pretty straightforward proposition, sir. Wouldn't it?
So
Thank you,
depends
Ren,
on how much difference it is, but we have accounted for that.
for your $10 donation. I
With
appreciate you.
Which model of the Ring camera was present at One Meadows on January 29, 2022? Which model?
I don't know. I'd have to go look through the data.
Do you believe you, I'm not going to take up the time to have you look, but do you really believe you've got the model of the Ring camera that was in existence on January 29th of 2022?
I don't know. I
You
need to
didn't
look through the
present it
report.
in your direct testimony, did you, sir?
I did not.
So do you have the model of the Ring camera that was present at One Meadows on October 2nd, 2024?
No.
So you don't have even the model for either one of them.
Nope. But we have videos from both of them and scans of the scene.
So now let's talk about another aspect of Ring cameras. They have mechanisms, as I was talking about earlier, that allow the user to adjust the camera angle, correct?
Correct.
I
And
will. Doesn't happen until
do
next
you
week, but I
know
will.
whether there was a difference in the camera angle between the two cameras?
Yes, as we already discussed, there was a slight difference in the
But
angles.
you don't have a measurement of that, right, sir?
Correct.
Okay.
But we accounted for it.
So wouldn't a difference in models of Ring cameras be relevant at all to your analysis of trying to reconcile any differences between them?
So if you have video from both of them and you have laser scans with three-dimensional geometry of the scene, you can go in and it's called a reverse camera analysis and solve for the distortion properties. The scans give you the real world dimensions. So once you know the real world dimensions, you can then go in, you can go in and then solve for the camera lens properties based upon the real world distortions. So for example, if there's a little bit of bending at the end, the laser scan data will show that, and you can correct for that knowing information about the laser scanner.
I'll ask
the
the
laser
question.
scan data.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished, sir. I'm going to ask the question again because it's a narrow question. Wouldn't knowing the difference in the models be relevant? That's all I'm asking. Wouldn't it be relevant to your analysis of reconciling the differences to them? Wouldn't
No.
it be relevant?
No.
So you think the different models are irrelevant to any process you occasioned at one? It's irrelevant.
So the analysis of the video itself is more important than the models?
I'm not asking if it's more important. I'm just asking, would it be relevant?
No, I don't believe it'd be relevant.
Now let's go to another aspect of the cameras. Are key parameters in a camera that the software needs to know focal length?
It is.
Is imaging size something that is an important parameter in a camera?
Yes.
Are sampling characteristics an important parameter in cameras?
Can be.
Is the principal point, you understand that concept, sir? Is that an important parameter in a camera?
Define how you're using principal point.
Sure. A principal point of an image is the point where a camera's direct line of sight, called, as you may know, the optical axis, intersects the image plane. Does that
Gotcha,
sound
yes.
familiar?
Mhm.
So isn't that the image's mathematical center, the principal point?
More or less, yes.
And for high accuracy photogrammetric work, it's important to know if the lens is mounted centered over the image sensor due to the small manufacturing variances, correct?
Could be important.
And if the principal point is the center of the image. That's relevant. So doesn't that affect the mathematical calculation of the light ray geometry?
It could.
So the variance in manufacturing between cameras is a known issue. Do you agree?
I do.
There's small manufacturing variances that affect one of the key components of the fundamental parameters of the camera, namely the principal point, right?
Correct.
Did you perform the camera calibration of the camera in place in October of 2024?
Yes. So within photogrammetry, we calibrated the photogrammetric analysis to the camera.
Did you address the principal point in that calibration? Do you have documentation that you addressed that important factor, the principal point?
So the checking of the RMS error in the software takes into account, sums up all the potential errors in the measurement, which would include that.
Okay. Sir, you know the importance of all of these topics because the output of all the work Aperture did at One Meadows, almost all of it springs from that camera, correct?
It starts there.
Okay, it starts there. And if the starting point is wrong, then where you go from the starting point is going to be at least potentially wrong, correct?
Potentially.
Would you agree that Ring cameras have a swiveling mechanism so that the user can adjust the camera angle?
Some do.
Do you know whether the camera that was in existence on January 29, 2022 had a swiveling mechanism?
I believe it did.
Believe? Do you know?
I do not know for a fact, but
Do you-
those style of Ring cameras on the surveillance have adjustability that includes angle.
But you don't know whether the camera that was there, the specific camera on January 29, 2022, had a swiveling mechanism or not, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether the camera that you saw in October of 2024 had a swiveling mechanism on it?
The jury doesn't care. Just
And
throwing
where
that
did
out
you
there. They
document
don't
the
care
fact that it had
if it has a swiveling
mechanism?
mechanism.
I think we have photos of the camera.
Did you document it in writing, and did you document the tolerance of the swiveling mechanism?
No.
Let's go to, and again, all of the camera, this camera that you use is the starting point for your laser scan and photogrammetry process, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to another topic. On your direct testimony, as I recall, you stated essentially from various information that you lined up in the video, and we're talking about the lining up of the Lexus with the Traverse. And this is at One Meadows. And so, as I understand what you did, sir, is you took what are called point clouds, 3D images, created them for the Lexus. You took created 3D images, synonym point clouds of the Traverse, and then you attempted to line them up to determine, among other things, whether they would align sufficient so that the Lexus could line up and potentially hit the Traverse such that the tail light of the Lexus could be broken. Was that at least part of your analysis?
That was part. There was more.
So you showed a slide, a few slides, and with your honor's permission, what I'd like to do is to start with slide 90.
All right. Do you have any problem with Dr. Welcher keeping his printed copy that he was using?
I have no problem with the printed copy, your honor.
So, I'm sorry, what slide again?
90.
Your Honor, my printed copy is tiny. Can I
Can
pull it
you
up?
see the?
Yes. Yeah.
Does that slide that's part of your presentation depict a view from the top of the Lexus on the right and the Chevy Traverse on the left.
Correct?
And is that depicting contact between the two vehicles?
It is.
Now let's zero in a closer look, and that is a contact point. Am I correct?
Correct. I mean, there's multiple points. There's more than
Multiple
one.
points, but it shows more clearly the contact
Correct.
between the two vehicles. Now, if we could the next, and that is number 91, Mr. Wolf. So Your Honor, 91. I think these are just going to go in order for a few, and I'll keep announcing them. So this is 91, same vehicles, just a different viewpoint. Is that correct, Dr. Welcher?
Correct. This and the next
I
slide.
just want to stay
I know.
with this one. I
Hold
just
on a
asked the
second.
question, does it show the contact?
So go ahead and answer now.
This slide and all the other slides, we're trying to show the angle of contact, but because it's two-dimensional image, you're losing some perspective. For example, here you're seeing the chrome piece on Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet, which is on the right. You're seeing it obviously behind where the Lexus is. So we were trying to show it at a whole bunch of different angles to try and illustrate the degree of closeness or lack thereof.
All right. So
Thank you.
is it correct that on your direct examination, you said in sum and substance, we looked at the degree of overlap and there's only about a 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles? Is that what you recall saying on direct?
That is correct.
And that you stated that supposed 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap was insufficient to cause the tail light of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet. Do you recall saying that?
That's correct.
Now, I would like you to look at that. This is from your slide presentation. Is that not showing contact between the two vehicles?
Oh, it absolutely is not. What you're seeing is a portion of the vehicle that is behind the area. Keep in mind the angle, the Lexus is angled off to the left. So the area that you see here is actually, in this case, in front of where the taillight is. This is why we tried showing it from a whole bunch of different angles, because when you try and take a two-dimensional image and look at it, you see stuff in the background. So and again, this is why in the computer, we overlaid them, looked at the measurements, in the computer where you don't have this, we have the three-dimensional measurements and it does not hit.
Where did you show in your slide presentation what you just said, that it doesn't show an overlap?
So
Where?
it shows a contact. It definitely contacted, I'm sorry, Mr. Reporter, down below here. It does not show a contact here. So to answer your question, all the next slides were our attempt to do that. So all the next slides is your answer.
We're going to go to those next slides. So just to be clear, you're saying that depiction does not show any contact between the taillight of the Lexus and the Chevy Traverse.
So the upper taillight, just to be clear, because the lower taillight is much closer.
Well, it's not only much closer, it's in contact, isn't it, sir?
It's very close. It's probably within an inch of being in contact.
Oh, so you state that even the lower part of the taillight is not making contact?
So if, again, maybe there's a photo we could show or a scan that is on the rear of the vehicle and it contacts on the corner, which is just around. So maybe like an inch or so in front of it on the corner.
I'm just going with what you presented in your slide
Well, let's go to the next
presentation.
slides and then
Sir,
maybe
I
see.
will determine which slides we go
Okay.
to on my questioning.
I'm just hoping
So
to
now
answer your
let's
question.
go to Mr. Wolf, the next slide
There we go.
in your presentation. My question is zeroing in. Are you saying that slide does not show contact between the tail light of Ms. Reed's Lexus and any part of the Chevy Traverse?
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what it shows. You can see a little better here. Again, we tried all these different angles, which is why all these slides are in there. But you can see some of the geometry of the light. This structure, and again, remember I said the Chevy kind of curves in as it goes up a little bit.
Let's go to the next slide. 40. 40, yes, please.
I love Dr. Welcher too, Lou.
Is it working?
I keep getting constant buffering on my end, so if I freeze, I apologize. Oh, he's definitely frustrated because he's an idiot.
That's exhibit 41.
He has no idea what he's talking about, and so he's making it hard for himself because he doesn't understand the science and physics or what Dr. Welcher is showing and when and why and what he needs to show.
Mr. Alessi, is this exhibit number 41 or is this from the PowerPoint? Because
Slide 41. Slide.
okay.
I mean, my head.
Yes.
Seriously.
So I'm putting this up because I want to show an actual photograph of that tail light, and I would like you, sir, to focus on the quarter panel tail light in each. Do you see a jutting out of the quarter panel tail light in that photo? You see it jut out?
So I don't know if you and I are talking the same thing. There are little fins here.
Correct. Now, what I'd like to do is to go back to the depiction we were just looking at, and that depiction doesn't show the jutting out, does it?
No, it does. Those are actually more on the side of the vehicle. You can't see them in this image.
Correct. You
But-
can't see them.
Hold on a second. I wasn't finished. But
Sir.
they are 100% there. We actually did special hand scans with a hand scanner of the taillight to put it back on to the vehicle.
You say they're 100% there, but you can't see it in that depiction, can you? The jutting out that you could see in the two-dimensional one we just saw. You can't see it.
I can't see who's behind that wall because it's being blocked by something. I can't see on the side of that taillight because it's on the side I can't see. It's being blocked.
Sir, my question is simple. You cannot see the jutting out of the tail light in this depiction, can you?
Correct.
Okay, now let's go on to the next question in this topic. You could have easily solved what you consider to be the issues you had with trying to show it lining up, couldn't you, sir? You had an easy solution for that.
I took the best solution. I'm not sure what
You
you're referring
had
to.
3D images, correct?
I did.
You could have shown and measured 3D images to get almost the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your
Hold
Honor,
on.
he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury. I'm not interrupting.
Hold on.
Excuse
Let the
you?
witness answer the
I
question.
am. I'm just holding my hand
No, you're
like
not.
this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing
Mr.
something.
Alessi, please.
All right.
Stop, you whine baby.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you really believe there was no contact or not sufficient contact,
We didn't say he was doing anything with his hand.
you could have produced
He was
a
stopping him
graphic
so he could finish.
that shows
his
a gap
answer.
between the two vehicles. A graphic, couldn't you? That's not a graphic.
What is that?
Sir, I get to ask the questions and you are to answer them subject to the judge's
Yeah,
ruling.
he
So my
is, but you're
question is,
asking
couldn't
him.
you have created
That is a graphic.
that
That's-
would have better shown
That
the issue that you are creating or talking
is a
about
graphic.
today? That's my question. Couldn't you have created a graphic?
We
he
did.
did.
We created a whole bunch of graphics.
You called what we just saw a graphic?
It
Yes.
is a graphic. Exactly what it is.
Well, if there's a
Video.
gap, why isn't there then something that shows a clear gap?
Because when you have the angulation of the vehicles, you have perspective. When you're looking at it, even if you do a top down, you see everything projected onto a single flat plane. So you can't tell the height of things. So when you see things in this dimension, you can't necessarily see depth of things. So you lose in two-dimensional images, you lose one dimension depending on which way you're looking. That's why I showed it from all these different angles to try and show exactly what you're saying. We had graphics to do that.
3D images allow you to show perspectives for 360 degrees, correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So none of what you presented in your slideshow shows the contact points from
Exactly. Go stand in the
360
corner.
degrees, does it?
We're in a timeout.
I don't understand your question. Are you asking
Take
if I
several
showed it
seats.
at every single, I went through 360 slides that showed it at every single degree?
Sir, let's move on. I think I've made the point. Three-
So I'm going to strike the comment,
Okay.
Mr. Alessi.
Mr.
No, you haven't
Dr.
made any
Welcher,
point.
Let's go to the next
There's no
topic.
point that was made there. That I heard about graphics. There was graphics. So what point was
And
made again,
keep
Bob?
with these two depictions. Are these two images point clouds or 3D images? Are these
Those
two-
are one and the same thing. They're yes.
I would use them as synonym. Which term of the two do you want to use? Point cloud or 3D images?
Both are fine. It's a 3D image composed of points, which
Okay,
I'll,
so let's just call them 3D images, so we
Okay.
can do this more quickly. The Lexus
More
and the Chevy
quickly?
Traverse that are depicted
Okay.
there are both 3D images of those vehicles, correct?
correct,
And Aperture created the 3D images, correct?
correct.
Sir, did you do these scans and did you personally create these images?
No, one of the assistants at Aperture did.
So you're speaking about what somebody else did.
Oh, here
at
we
Aperture,
go.
correct?
They were
Objection.
doing it at my direction. And for example, the Lexus scan, I showed the photographs. You can see the gentleman that works at Aperture, Mike Morelli, was scanning them for me while I was doing the rest of the inspection. And then the hand scanning of the rear tail light was done by another engineer. I was out there with him doing it, taking measurements. And then same thing with the Chevy Traverse.
My question is, you didn't do the creation of these 3D images, did you?
The individual images, no.
All right, so let's go to these individual images. These are 3D images. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Let's look at the taillight.
Okay.
That's not a 3D image. That's a Photoshop, isn't it?
Nope.
Oh,
What?
So it's your testimony that that taillight is a 3D image.
That absolutely is a 3D image. The way you can tell is when you get up near the chrome,
What a
because
dumbass.
lasers don't like shiny objects, you start to get a scatter. So see all these dots here? If that was a photo, you wouldn't have these dots.
Let's go to the Chevy Traverse.
I love it. It's made
there-
us look like an idiot.
Is there, Mr. Woke, zero in on the content. Yeah. There's grain on that tail light, in the tail light. That's a 3D image of a taillight, isn't it, sir?
They're both 3D images.
Well, I just want to stay with one. That tail light is a 3D image, and one of the ways you can tell is because it's got all that
Please go back
grainy
to the corner.
material on it, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back, Mr. Woke, to the Lexus.
And
Let's now go to
your
the
point.
bumper.
Oh,
Wait,
they
do you want me
match.
to
Oh.
explain the
Oh,
difference?
no,
Okay.
thank you. I would like to go to the bumper.
Oh my
Do
God.
you see any grainy, the
Yeah.
predominance of any grainy image on the bumper?
There's a little bit. So, for example, when you get near edges, it has a hard time with edges.
I'm
So
sorry,
you-
the bumper cover.
right.
See the bumper cover up above?
That is the
This
bumper.
whole thing is
It's the
whole thing
bumper.
is the bumper cover. That's
What
the
the fuck
step
are you
pad.
talking about?
That's the rear body panel or the rear deck lid.
I'm talking about the step pad, sir. Just the step pad of the bumper?
Are you asking about just from here to here?
Correct. The bumper,
Oh
step
Can we
my
pad.
zoom in on it?
God.
Pardon me?
Can we zoom in on it?
Sure.
What a dumbass.
Yeah, I see graininess.
Let's go
See the dot?
over to.
Right in here. You can see it all through here. You see it through here.
Well, I'm talking about the step pad, not the entire bumper. I'm just talking about the step pad.
Right. So you're zooming in on the bumper.
Right.
The step pad is this structure up here.
We're going to move up. It just takes a while. So your testimony is that is
Can you zoom in more?
that's you would like it zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sure.
Because you're doing it on purpose to not show the graininess. He's not an idiot.
Your testimony is
Morning,
that is a 3D image, not a Photoshopped step
Absolutely.
bumper cover. Is that
Photoshop?
correct?
Are you serious?
So we have mapped the color over the 3D scans. We used 2 separate scanners. If you recall, when I got out to Miss Reed's vehicle, that taillight was gone. So we had to replace the taillight.
Talking about the bumper cover, not the tail light.
But he's answering the
Okay,
question.
I'm explaining the process.
I just asking about the bumper cover, not the process.
So focus your answer on the bumper.
That is a laser scan.
Okay, so your
That's a 3D
testimony
model.
is the step part of the bumper cover is a 3D image from a laser scan, and it's not a Photoshop. That's your testimony.
Absolutely.
And you didn't perform the work for the 3D that you claim the bumper step up is. You didn't do that work to produce that depiction, did you, sir? Somebody
So-
else in your firm did it.
So this is all done at my direction. The engineers that work for me, so I'm telling them what to do. I'm not the one punching the keys.
That's
I'm
my
saying,
question.
I need you to do this, and this. Use the hand scanner, go scan the light. I need to put this back in because it was missing when we got to it. So no, I'm not punching the keys.
Okay, so
Okay. Come on over, please.
Nope. We have a second. We're on number 2 for the sidebars, y'all. Do me a favor and hit the like button, subscribe button. You can donate to the channel. I forgot to put the ticker up. I will put the ticker up at the bottom of the screen with all the ways that you can donate to the channel. And the big one for a second while I find the clip for, here we go. I would definitely be annoyed if I was the jury, Ren. You are 100%. And so is Lou. It's just bad lawyering. The fact that he actually tried to assert that it's Photoshop is the most absurd, ridiculous, stupid thing I have ever heard. but that's all they have is to try to make shit up at this point. And also they need a cult talking point because they could see everything that was online yesterday and it was very bad for Alessi. So they need something for that cult to hold on to. Make no mistake, this has nothing to do with actually thinking it's a Photoshop. It's literally just for the cult. And at this point, theatrics for the cameras. Like, he's reaching beyond silly straw levels of doing backflips of mental gymnastics at this point.
With regard to, no, we don't need to back up, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that 3D images allow for proper and most accurate measurements as opposed to 2D images? Is that a correct general statement?
2 minutes late.
I mean, generally, yeah.
Okay, that's my question. So let's go to the next topic. Let's talk about hydraulics on the Lexus SUV. What type of hydraulic system does the Lexus SUV have?
So it has a mechanism, I believe it's actually pneumatic. It's air-based system that raises it up and down.
Do you know what the name of that system is, sir?
No, not off the top of my head.
Do you know how it works specifically?
I do. Well, I mean, I know generally that there's a button on the interior where you can raise and lower the ride height.
And is that the extent of your knowledge of that system on the Lexus?
No. Again, I know when you park it, it'll drop down the ride height. When you adjust it for different roadway conditions, it'll change the ride height.
Do you know what the height tolerances are? In other words, the lowest to the highest?
I believe it's around 1.25 inches. At one point in time, I measured it. I don't remember off the top of my head.
So you believe it's 1.25 inches up and 1.25 inches down? How do you apply the 1.25 inches?
I recall the total being like 1.25 inches, but I measured it at one point in time. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Would you be surprised to hear that the tolerance is 5 inches on that vehicle?
I would be surprised. I don't recall it being that much, but I would need to double check.
Assume that the manual as well as other informations support that the tolerance is 5 inches and that specifically the vehicle can be raised 3 inches high and it can be lowered 2 inches. That's the basis for the 5. What was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus that you used for your accident reconstruction analysis out front at 34 Fairview between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022 to determine whether it was possible for the spoiler on the back of the Lexus to make contact with the eye of Mr. O'Keefe? If it was even possible, what did you use for a measurement of the suspension?
Matched the measurements from when the vehicle was tested, I believe on February 1st at the Canton Police Department.
What match did you make?
So we aligned the bottom of the taillight, actually the sheet metal right below the taillight. So we adjusted the height of the Lexus to match that.
Did you in any place document what level the Lexus was at the time of any testing?
That's how he just explained to you how he did it.
You document it all?
Yes.
Where?
Slide 107.
Can we have slide 107, Mr. Wolf?
And then if you could zoom in on the lower photograph, the gentleman with the blue shirt. Zoom in a little more, please. So if I may, we matched the bottom of the sheet metal here to photographs when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Sir, my question is, where did you document whether the suspension was at 0?
You idiot.
Whether it was
suspension is the
+3
height.
or -2.
You're saying
Where
the
did
height.
you
That's
document
it.
that?
Right here.
That's it, you dumbass.
And what are the numbers of the documentation of that?
I don't know. We were matching the photos. So I don't care what the numbers are. I care that the height is the same.
Okay, so I just heard you say, if I heard correctly, you don't care what the suspension is at. Is that your testimony?
No,
I don't
that's
care
not
what
what
the
he said.
suspension number is, as long as the heights match.
I understand. I understand. So what was the suspension height of Miss Reed's Lexus at 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022, while at One Meadows and colliding with the Chevy Traverse? What was the suspension height then?
We assumed it was the same as when it was at the Canton Police Department.
Exactly. You assumed, but there's no measurement like was just on that depiction. There was no note that said, okay, we're doing this very important and inches sensitive measurements to see whether the tail light on the Lexus makes contact with the Traverse, but there's no measurement and no documentation of what the suspension height was at One Meadows, correct?
So we took the closest measurement in time to the One Meadows event, which is when it was at the Canton Police Department. That was the best information we had.
Well, that information isn't very good because the vehicle had to go from Canton to One Meadows. And when the vehicle drives, the way the suspension system works, it's automatic. When you go above 20 miles an hour, the suspension comes up. And when you turn off the vehicle, it goes down so you can get out easier. So it would be improper to assume that the suspension at One Meadows would be the same at another location.
That's the only, sorry,
Was there an objection? No. Go ahead and answer, please.
that's the extent of the information we had. We had it when it was at the Canton Police Department.
That's-
We matched that height.
Sorry, sir. I understand.
But actually, you brought up a good point. It's going so slow when it's backing up that it wouldn't raise up. So the static position when it's backing up would be the static position.
But it wouldn't be going in backup from the Canton Police Department to One Meadows. It wouldn't be going back up when it's going in other locations, sir, right? It would be driving forward. It had to get from point A to point B.
Right, but as you pointed out, when you turn it off, it drops down, and then you turn it on, and then once you go above 20, as you indicated, it goes up. But when she's backing up, she never goes more than a couple miles an hour. So it's going to be at the same position as when you start, which is approximately the same position when it's off at the Canton Police Department a couple days later.
Do you know whether the suspension system locks when there is testing of the infotainment system?
Whether the suspensions, I don't know.
Okay, let's go on to the next topic. You're aware of the vehicle control, excuse me, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I want to go, I'm changing topics to go back now to Fairview, 34 Fairview. You don't know what the suspension ride height at 34 Fairview was on January 29th of 2022, do you?
Correct.
So therefore, if you don't know what the suspension height was, because of course you weren't there on January 29, 2022. Therefore there's no measuring stick, as you say, you assert that you would have accounted for it in your methodology. So you don't have the suspension height for that key day, do you, sir?
I only have it 2 days later.
All right. So when you talk about key measurements, such as the spoiler on the top of the Lexus and the inches that are important as to whether things such as, is there a contact with the front eye? You don't have some data that would be relevant to that calculation, the sum data being the suspension height of the Lexus at that time, do you?
So we have some data. We have photos of the vehicle 2 days later. We don't know the exact height outside because, as you alluded to, we don't have a measurement on January 29th of it, but we do have it 2 days later. That's the source of the measurement.
You don't have the suspension height or the setting of the suspension of the Lexus that existed on January 29th, 2022, do you?
Correct.
Now let's go on to another topic. Within the 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, I'm not going to go over them, but you asserted various measurements, height, width, with regard to the Lexus, correct? It wasn't just for the spoiler at the top, correct?
Correct.
And for all those other measurements that you talked about, you did not have the suspension height and the suspension setting of the hydraulic system of the Lexus on January 29th, 2022, did you?
So the hydraulic's only going to affect the vertical dimensions. It doesn't change anything left to right. It doesn't change anything down the side of the car.
Understood. But for the measurements that are affected by vertical, you didn't have the suspension height of the Lexus system on January 29th, 2022.
Again, I only know what it is 2 days later.
So now let's go on to vehicle control history. Sir, you understand what I mean by vehicle control history?
This is text stream information.
Are you aware of what is called the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles?
Of course, we showed it on my slides.
And the Bosch crash data retrieval system in Lexus vehicles is sometimes referred to as the black box.
No, you're mixing up two things. So the Bosch is like the tools.
It's a question, sir.
So can you answer that with a yes or no?
Is the Bosch crash data retrieval system the black box on Lexus vehicles? I just wanted to repeat it so we can.
I didn't hear what the objection. You objected?
I'd like him to be able to finish his answers.
Yeah. So the question was just asked. Can you answer that question?
No, it doesn't make sense.
Okay, next question, Mr. Wilson.
I'm going to ask the question, sir. The Bosch crash data retrieval
You just asked
system
that. She said
in
next
Lexus
question.
vehicles, you're familiar with that? Are you familiar with it?
There is no such thing in the Lexus.
A Lexus does not have a Bosch crash data retrieval system?
No.
Have you read the report of Trooper Paul,
Yes.
the May 2023? Does that report not use the
Objection.
exact words?
This is still
Bosch?
trying to bring it in. Objection.
Let me ask this. Do you recall?
Sustain the
Okay.
objections.
Objection.
Let's go to the
Objection.
VCH system in Lexuses. Is the VCH system intended by Lexus as a diagnostic tool for their technicians, Lexus technicians, to assist in vehicle repair and maintenance? Is that what that is created for?
That's their stated purpose.
Right. And is a synonym for VCH TechStream?
Sort of. TechStream, similar, like Bosch is the hardware and software to access the black box data. TechStream is the software to access, for example, the pre-collision system, the PCS system, and the VCH, which is the vehicle control history. So TechStream which does a lot of other stuff, but does access that information.
You just mentioned Bosch, didn't you, sir?
So Bosch is not in the Lexus. You use Bosch stuff sold by Bosch, Bosch software and hardware, and you walk up to the Lexus with all the Bosch stuff and plug it in and download the event data recorder, the EDR, the black box. That was my problem. There is no
Understood.
Bosch stuff in the Lexus.
I understand, sir. That was going to be the question that I was trying to get to, but you've explained
No,
it,
it
so I don't
wasn't.
have to answer the question. Let's go to the VCH database.
Trying to make himself
That you say the
sound less
stated
stupid.
purpose is to assist technicians at Lexus in vehicle repair and maintenance.
So I didn't say that was a stated purpose. I'm saying that's what Lexus or Toyota says is a stated purpose. It's being used in litigation all the time. All I know is that's what Lexus and Toyota says. But again, it came about right when we started seeing all the sudden accelerations in the Toyota vehicles.
So my question is the VCH database specific to Toyota and Lexus vehicles?
So it's not a database, it's software.
Is the software specific to Lexus and Toyota? The VCH?
Those particular acronyms are, yes.
Want to move to another topic, and we are almost finished. We have just 2 more topics, sir. How common were VCH events when Miss Reed owned the Lexus?
In 2022,
Do you know the ownership period of Miss Reed with respect to the Lexus? You know how long she owned it?
I have that documentation. I don't know off the top of my head.
Do you have an approximate?
No, I mean, it was a 2021 vehicle. Our accident's January 29, 2022. But I did get that information.
Do you know how many VCH events were associated with the Lexus of Miss Reed?
I did not count them, no. I have them all.
Do you
I was
have-
only focused on the ones around our time period.
Exactly. But do you have the number of events? Do you know how many there were?
I can get it for you.
How long would it take, sir?
3 minutes?
Why don't we come back to it
Okay.
and we'll see if it's.
How about I start this so that we don't have to wait for it to boot up? And then when we come back to it, it's ready to go. You
As
okay
long
with
as
that?
that's all you're looking at, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. And then pick your head up, please, so I can finish these 2
Please,
topics.
go ahead.
So how often were VCH events recorded on the Lexus before January 29th of 2022?
Man, I have to pull this data up.
Fair
to-
enough,
to
fair enough.
answer that
I
question.
assume that's going to be in what you're also pulling up.
That's the goal here.
Would the number be about 15? Does that sound right to you?
Let's see. 1, 2. There's 18.
18. So there were 8, your records show that there were 18 VCH events recorded on Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Before the subject one.
Right. Did you conclude that any of those events, other than the 1162-2, were a collision?
No.
Now let's go to reverse recorded events. Can you tell how many of those 18 events were reverse recorded events? And you know what I mean by reverse recorded events? The
Yes.
vehicle going in reverse? How
Correct.
many of those events were the vehicle going in reverse?
And this is before.
4. Other than,
He asked
No,
you,
I said
is this before?
yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, I would have to pull up the PCS file.
Could you start that and I can continue on with the questioning?
I got to, so the PCS file is I have a second laptop that
Here's
has
what I'm going to
texting.
do. That's not important for me to keep going and get through it.
Okay.
So let's just stay on the events, okay? only one of all of those events, those 18, are you concluding that there was a collision associated with them, correct? Just one.
No, all those 18 are before. The collision's number 19.
No, I'm saying, I understand what you're saying, but for all the other events that are recorded, you're not, other than the January 29, 11/62/2, you're not concluding that any of those were collisions, correct?
I didn't look at them. They were so far mileage away from everything.
But you're not concluding, even though they were so far away and you didn't look at them, you don't conclude from the information you have that any of them were a collision, correct?
Sustained.
Let's go to 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, 2022 at One Meadows, the home of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay.
There was a collision between Ms. Reed's 6,000-pound Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's approximately 4,500 Chevy Traverse. That's undisputed, correct? They collided. They made contact.
They touched.
Right. But the actual collision at One Meadows did not register the recording of an event on the Lexus VCH system, did it?
Correct. It's too minor.
So, however, you want this jury, sir, to conclude that the glancing blow that you contend occurred at 34 Fairview Road by the same 6,000-pound Lexus in contact with a mere 216-pound man did register an event on the Lexus, correct?
No, the impact didn't register the event. As I pointed out, the trigger was from when the accelerator pedal went to 30%. The tech stream does not register crashes at all. It registers excessive acceleration, excessive steering, excessive braking, things like that, things that would be part of the maintenance system. So the tech stream will never register an event, even if you hit a wall at 100 miles an hour necessarily. It'll cause fault codes and things like that, but that's not what it does. The trigger here was transitioning into reverse and then gunning the accelerator pedal in reverse. And so when it went from 30 up to 74% throttle, once it went over 30 in that transition, that's what triggered the tech stream. It had nothing to do with, and that's why I'm telling you, I don't know when in that event the impact occurred, because the tech stream doesn't tell you that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Exactly my point. The tech stream information doesn't tell you when a collision occurs, does it?
Correct.
That's like doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. We've already made that point. They made that on direct, you idiot. That's completely irrelevant, but okay, cool. Doesn't matter when it happened, it happened.
Questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
Thank fucking God. Thank fucking God. Sorry, guys. I'm skipping down to the bottom of the comments. I know I'm missing a bunch. I did not do it on purpose. I had to go to the bathroom, and you guys have been writing away. Hold on one second. So something important you guys want me to highlight, just say it again. Oh, I'm like scrolling down, reading some of these. You guys are freaking hilarious. Like, yeah, don't forget to write on our poll. Like, sorry. I'm glad he's done, and we know that Hank's gonna do a, I almost feel like they did this on purpose so that if there's another witness after him, they won't call in that witness, because the judge thought maybe he would take all day with Dr. Welcher. And I'm sure Hank's redirect will be about maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20. I don't think it's going to be much more than that, to be honest. So I'm guessing that they were only going to go until 1:30. I'm guessing we see that stop before 1:30 today. I almost bet on clips, because as far as I understand, this is the end of the Commonwealth's case. This is the last witness as far as what I was told. So if this is the Commonwealth's last witness, except for the rebuttal witnesses, which won't happen until, you know, the defense does their thing, then I'm guessing unless the defense's witnesses are there, we don't make it to 1:30, to be honest. I don't know. I guess we'll guess. Also, I somehow missed this, but I want to thank Claire. Claire was the one who sent the first donation. I didn't see it. It didn't pop up on my thing. So thank you, Claire. I'm sorry I didn't see it before the other one. But Claire sends a $50 donation. She sent it at 9:09 this morning. I didn't see it until after the one I saw. That was at 9:50. So thank you both for your 2 donations. I appreciate it. The channel definitely always can use you guys' help. We're just a, you know, teeny tiny little guy over here trying to freaking survive. So we do appreciate any help that any of y'all give. It's a huge thanks. I do think they're running out the clock, you know. Also, I see one from JMS for $25. Thank you so much, JMS. Buy some Tylenol for the headache. I am sure Alessi is giving you. That was at 10:07. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, JMS. Thank you 3 very, very much. I appreciate you guys. It's so crazy to me. Yes, thank you, Claire. Hank's going to recross. Make that no mistake. Make no mistake. He'll do redirect. Sorry, redirect. He will redirect at least a few questions. Maybe he will. Maybe he just rests and plays clips. I don't know. But I feel like there's like 2 or 3 things he could probably redirect real quick on, make the points and get out of there. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. Thank you, JMS. Thank you, Ren. Thank you, Claire. I appreciate you guys more than you know. We do, for those of you who are just popping on and haven't been here, we do have our monetization back. So we do have super chats and super stickers and memberships. You can gift memberships to other members. We have that too. We appreciate it. It definitely helps with the algorithm and YouTube sort of pushing out the stuff to other people so that other people can discover that we're here, that we exist. You know, there are other channels. And I don't think, you know, a lot of people, when they do find us, say, damn, I didn't know you were even there. I didn't know there was another channel that, you know, dealt with this case, because there's not that many of us. That's for sure. Well, usually, and we didn't see this sort of double recross, okay, in the first trial. We did not see the defense double recross. Like, that didn't happen in the first trial. Usually it only happens if Hank hits on a point that wasn't hit on before, and then they have the right to cross on it. But I've never seen in Massachusetts it done this ridiculous, you know, direct, cross, redirect, recross, redirect, recross. Like, I mean, what? Like, yeah, unfortunately, Apple takes 30%. I mean, it still helps the algorithm. So even though I don't get the full amount, and that Apple takes 30% and YouTube takes 30%, 60% when it comes to memberships, it still leaves with 40% in the algorithm. It does help the algorithm push it out to other people to find us in this community. So like, where the full amount obviously doesn't go to me, not even the 50%, but especially with iPhones and whatnot, which is so crazy. We just found out that iPhones actually take 30%. Like, what? But it does help the algorithm sort of, you know, say, oh, people are buying memberships. Oh, maybe we can push this channel out for other viewers to see. So it still helps, you know, and anything that helps is always definitely appreciated. We definitely appreciate it. Monetization is like a double-edged sword sometimes, you know, but that's okay. We shall survive, you know? Oh, I love my Blackstone. I love my Blackstone. I absolutely love my Blackstone. I love it. It's my favorite thing. Yep. Share, like. Make sure if you guys haven't already liked, make sure you like. Appreciate that. I love my Blackstone though. And my conspiracy cheers. I love my conspiracy cheers. Girl with an eagle eye with her updates that we love. Thank you, girl. Says WCBB reporting. Judge leaves the bench. Welcher, Alessi, and Brennan are discussing if he'll have to come back tomorrow. Why would he have to come back tomorrow? That doesn't make sense. If Alessi's done with his questioning, why would he have to come back tomorrow? It's 10:51. Oh, I know why. Sorry. Boop. In my head. I know why. ARCA. If the defense uses ARCA, then we're also going to hear from Dr. Welcher after ARCA for their new report and his rebuttal to that new report. So I forgot about that. So for a second there, I was like, wait a second. Why would he have to come back? And then I'm like, oh, yeah, there's a reason why he's coming back, because we're going to hear from Dr. Welcher again after ARCA. That's going to be so bad for ARCA. Like, it's already going to be bad. And I feel like there's definitely, like, Hank's Cross, I feel like is going to take a while, you know, like, you know, yeah, we do have multiple membership tiers. So that always helps when you get like a bigger one too. We have Ian is our Twisted Chief. He's our first Twisted Chief. And then there's Twisted Rookie, Sergeant. So there are different tiers of membership. I don't know. Half a day is for a juror's appointment is what the judge said yesterday. So a juror had an appointment that the judge said they would be able to make it to. And I'm guessing it's not until like 2:30 or after, because the judge said you can go till 1:30. And I think that's without a lunch break, maybe? Yeah, without a lunch break. Hold on. Am I buffering again, or is it just that? Just to make sure it's not me. Sometimes it's me, and sometimes it's that. And StreamYard's been buffering all day, like literally, and I mean literally every 2 minutes. It was very frustrating. But yes, the memberships have 4 tiers. So obviously the higher you go up, you know. Today's half day. Yeah, it's for, yeah. My guess is Hank's redirect, and he expects Alessi to take another day for recross. Maybe, but I don't see Hank doing like a really long redirect. He really never does, you know? He doesn't usually do long redirects or even long directs, really. Like his directs are kind of like to the point, and like, you know, like even if they are a little lengthy, they're nowhere near as lengthy as Alessi. Like, I don't think there's anyone, and even the judge, she kind of throws in little like comments which are like, how much longer, Mr. Alessi? And like, we know that you do robust questioning, you know. No, as far like you can see it in your like thing, they actually do like, so for instance, it leaves the creator with less than 50%. I swear to God, you can check in the analytics. And so I was like doing numbers, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And then I looked it up, and I was like, oh, shit. Like, you would think it would be 30% more. That's what I thought originally, but that doesn't calculate when it comes to looking at what you're getting per what you're supposed to be. It looked like that's what happens, is an extra 30% comes out of your crap that goes to Apple, which is like, wait, what? Like, why is that a thing? Like, what? Maybe with the YouTube premium, like subscriptions, but for the creators, that's what happens is you get 60% of it goes. So you get left with 40. So Apple takes 30, YouTube takes 30, and then you get what's left, 40. It's cuckoo bananas like that. The only reason I even figured it out is because I was looking at numbers and stuff, and I'm like, that doesn't add up. What's happening here? Like, what is happening? And I started looking, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. I had no idea it was a thing. Okay, I'm not buffering. It was just that. Oh yeah, we switched. Freak switched us to Court TV. I don't know why, but Lauren Crime sometimes likes to do that. Like it just buffers, like, which sucks because Lauren Crime I prefer over Court TV most of the time. Like Fanny is on high speed today. I mean, as we can see, she's on high speed today. I think also, if you've ever heard the judge say, like, shut off the air conditioning, like apparently the air conditioning in the courtroom is so loud, like so loud that they can't hear. And it's like, okay, well, We knew this was a problem in the last trial, right? Remember the first trial where they had to keep shutting the air conditioner off in the middle of the damn summer? To hear, it's like, you don't have that problem with every trial you do in that courtroom. Like, to me, that says, wait a second, you guys need to change your system in there so that doesn't happen while you're doing trials in the middle of the summer. No offense, but the court system gets quite a bit of money, more than I think they should get. And there's no reason why they can't fix that. You know what I mean? It's an old building. I get it. But maybe some reworking needs to be done to make sure, like, you don't have a ragingly loud air conditioner in there so that you can't hear the witnesses. But hey, yeah, let's agree to disagree in this. Alessi's terrible at cross-examining. He's absolutely awful. The witness is giving data. And if the lawyer doesn't understand the material and is asking questions that don't make sense, like a Bosch EDR reader, there's no such thing as a Bosch EDR reader. So he can't answer a question to something that does not exist. Can he? No, he cannot. Bosch is a system that you plug in to the EDR reader that reads it or doesn't read it, depending on if there's updates, blah, blah, blah. Same kind of like Burla, right? And if there's no updates, sometimes it's binary codes, zeros and ones and zeros, right? Zeros and ones and zeros. Like, so, you know, it's the same thing as saying the Burla EDR reader. As the witness, I can't answer that because it's not a Burla EDR reader. That's not a thing that exists. It's not exist. Those are two separate things that do not exist as one. So I cannot answer that question because that is not a thing that exists, right? So no, the witness isn't difficult. The witness can't answer things that don't make sense. You cannot give a proper answer to something that is imaginary and doesn't exist. That's why he has to say Bosch is a separate thing than the EDR reader. Bosch is its own system that you plug into the EDR. The EDR is the system within the Lexus, the event data recorder. So, but we keep seeing this with Alessi, where he keeps asking questions that don't make any logical sense and aren't an actual thing. Like, that's the crazy shit. Like, right. I wonder if they're being charged another 30% on top of that as well. That makes me like concerned. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Hey, it was a thought. It was a thought. It was a thought. Now I have to look into if they're, so are they charging 60% more? Is that what we're like, you know what I mean? Like, shame on Apple. Like, shame on Apple. Literally shame on Apple. Ridiculous. Frickin' Safari. I mean, what's my phone use? I don't think it's Safari. Mine's, is it Safari? It might be Safari. Mine's Chrome. Maybe that's why. But again, I have an Android. So exactly. EDR is inside the Lexus, right? The reader is the device that plugs in to it. So again, you can't answer a question to something that does not exist and isn't a thing. Dr. Welcher can't answer a question about a Bosch EDR reader because there's no such thing as a Bosch EDR reader. Bosch is what you plug into the EDR. So you can't expect him to just answer a question that does not exist. So it's like, people can argue he's difficult, but what is he supposed to do? You want him to just falsely answer a question that he can't answer? Make something up just to make people happy? Like, no, he's going to have to point out that that doesn't make sense and I can't answer that question. Also, witnesses are told that if they can't answer the question, to ask for it to be rephrased or to say that you don't understand the question. And in this case, to say it doesn't make sense, because they have to answer the questions as truthfully as they possibly can, right? So how in the hell is he going to truthfully answer something to something that doesn't exist? He can't. And we've seen a million different versions of Alessi doing that, of integrating two things that are separate things. So Welcher can't answer those. He cannot. There's no way for him to. So, you know, sorry, but it's Alessi that's the horrendous one, because as a lawyer, it's lawyering 101. Don't ask questions you don't know the answers to, and make sure you understand the material you're cross-examining on. If you don't understand the material you're cross-examining on, you cannot do an effective cross-examination. It's really that simple, you know? Like, yeah, mine's set up so that people can do it on a regular computer. That's what I tell them to just try to do it on, if they have one. Not everybody has one. That's the problem. But I do tell them to try to do it off Apple devices if it's on like a regular computer or an Android device or whatever. You know, but not everyone has one. Yeah, no, not everybody. Exactly. Not everybody has. I can see your comments. I see you now. Why? Have you been blocked earlier? Were you not? I see them now. Although I was in the bathroom right before we ended this. So if you commented before that, I scrolled all the way down. See, I'm told when YouTube like blocks twice today, I've tried to comment in my own comment thing, and it actually, YouTube blocked me. But most people aren't like, if you're not the creator, you're not actually told that YouTube's like blocking your comment, I don't think. Except if you use a trigger word, then it'll tell you like, this will not accept this comment or something like that. Like, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's always the best option. The stuff that goes directly to whatever creator you're watching, you know. Well, that's the other thing. Even the news, the mainstream media, and I was shocked by this yesterday, guys. The mainstream media, okay, actually followed Karen yesterday and actually wrote a story on how she, like, they were watching her in the courtroom and actually did a story. And that's what I mean by follow. I don't mean like followed outside the courtroom, but I mean followed as in like we're watching her. And actually did a story yesterday on how Alessi kept going to her, and they wrote this boss. They wrote boss to his boss, kept going back and forth to his boss to get clarification on things that he was going to be talking to Dr. Welcher, asking Dr. Welcher about. And it's like, this is probably why you're flailing, my dude. Like, you're the lawyer, right? You, sir, you, not her. So do the lawyering. Okay. You got to put boundaries up with your client. Like, listen, I'm the lawyer. Okay. Let me do my thing. Otherwise, like, but I could also see if I'm Karen, I'm like, bro, you're terrible. Terrible. Like, WCVB reporting. During the recess, Reed turns to her parents and says something. Both seem stunned and appear to say, what? Oh, God. Interesting. Sorry, I was buffering. Again. If you didn't get answers, just ask the questions again. That's why I said, like, if there was something important, because I skipped a bunch of comments to get down to the bottom because I went to the bathroom. I conspiracy in the bathroom and I missed like 2 minutes or so. So if there's questions you guys had that were important, just write them again. I'll answer them. I scrolled past them. I told you guys I scrolled past a bunch of comments so that I could get down to the bottom. That's weird. No one blocked my comments and not posted mine today 3 times. Yeah, so sometimes it'll say on here, on my screen here, that it's like redact. It literally says like redacted, and I can see it on my one here. But then sometimes it doesn't pop up on this one at all, and I could see it here. That's why I keep looking sort of back and forth. It's because I have a screen right here and a screen here. And so I don't have a desk yet, so I'm just using like a table, and I don't have enough space to have them sitting, you know, side by side like this. Otherwise I would. But he's a certified clown. He is a certified clown. Sorry, I gotta fix this chair pad I got going on here, guys. Oof. That's weird. Yeah. Lawyer, you know, oh God, what is he saying? Saying Dr. Welcher combative. He knows the case going badly for Karen, but he has scripted so much he can't stop now. Well, we know that. We know that. I mean, they're not going to stop. And it's like I said yesterday to someone who announced said departure that I had seen maybe comment a few times, I am not going to just say what you want to hear. Unfortunately, that's not how my channel works. I am not just going to say what people want to hear. I'm going to tell you what I think in my opinion. I'm going to give you the facts that I can see. And I am never going to be somebody that panders to what people want me to say. That's, I'm sorry, but if that's the kind of creator you're looking for, is I will never say something that you don't disagree with, then you're looking in the wrong place. We don't have to agree. And families often don't agree on everything, right? We're kind of like a family here. So I'm not expecting my audience to agree with me on every tiny little point. I don't. Everybody's going to have their own opinions on all sorts of stuff, and that's okay. Like, that's totally fine. Like, yeah, of course you can share on I'm already on there. I'm streaming from there right now. So like, this buffering today is going to drive me nuts. I keep buffering and it's freaking driving me insane. But yeah, you can share. Of course you can share to there. I'm actually, when I stream, I can choose whether I'm streaming to 2 or 3 platforms. And I choose to stream on YouTube and X. I haven't integrated Facebook back in. I'm a little iffy on doing it because I get a lot of random trolls from, Turtle Land when I integrate Facebook, although I might try to reintegrate it tomorrow. So when I'm streaming, I'm not just streaming from YouTube. I'm also streaming onto X from my X account from StreamYard. But yeah, of course you can share on X. Of course you can. There's just, I try to stay out of there, but if you're sharing it, that means you control all the, troll comments where you can just block those people as you see fit. And when they come in here, like, most people don't see them because nobody's commenting on X, and then I just go on X and block them, and then they can't comment. So you know what I mean? Like, I don't know why they bother. I really, really don't. Like, I have never seen that as well. I've seen them whisper to their clients, like asking them something, like a lawyer asking them something, like quickly, like, hey, do you want to do this or this? Do you prefer I do this or that? But I have never, in my years and years of watching stuff like this and doing stuff like ever seen in person or online a attorney take orders from their client, and I've also never seen a defendant sit on a laptop or a phone. Normally the judge would have already asserted, you're a defendant. All your lawyers are right here. There's no need for the use of your phone, just like no one else in the courtroom can use a phone. You can't either as the defendant. That's just not the way it works. Yeah, I want to go to the bathroom, I conspiracize, it's conspiracy. It's, we're all in on it, says the sewer crew. So, hey, we're conspiracizing. You go to the bathroom, you're conspiracizing. You walking your dog, conspiracizing. Grilling out, conspiracizing. Hey, it happens. It happens. Like, it just happens. Trying to scroll up to see, because this is only supposed to be a short break. Remember, a short break, not a long break, a short break. Like, interesting. He knows what he wants. He wants the, money and the clicks that come with, going with the conspiracy. Of course he knows what he wants, but I don't think he realizes how, he does realize how dumb he looks to other people that know that he's just saying it to grift. But, 20 minutes, is that what she said yesterday? For the love of God, why? It's supposed to be 15 minutes. And even that she goes over anyway. Like, the guy from Celebrate with I've already sent in a ticket to StreamYard for this, like, buffering thing. Like, me and them are going to have a serious issue because I can tell on my other screen here from YouTube, it tells me my connection and how good my connection is. And I've run speed tests, and it literally tells me that I have an excellent connection, which tells me that it is StreamYard that is doing the buffering and all that. And other people are having problems with this, not just me. Oh, they're coming back. So Celebrate's too agreeable. This guy's combative. He's not combative. He can't answer questions that don't make sense. It's amazing to me, the stuff these people are willing to say. Oh my God. That judge would have just put a slap down on, you know?
The redirect, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. I will look. Redirect. Hank. Do it. Make him look stupid.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asked some
Actually,
questions.
it's morning, but yes.
You were asked some questions about the ring video from Meadows, which was John O'Keefe's home. And you were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
Correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions relative to that touching between the cars?
Absolutely not. It would have shown up as increased error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
That would be very hard to do. You literally press a button and stand there and watch it, and the laser does its thing. So I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve it. Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
You were asked questions about the suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So the form of the question, ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
I'm going to allow it.
No,
Yeah, no,
I don't even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Sustained.
You were asked about confirmation bias. You
I was
remember
asked
those
about
questions?
communications.
I do.
Sorry.
Slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please.
The scope was he was asked about communications. It's inside the
Slide
scope.
33.
Give me a second.
Exactly, Leon. They're going to show the difference between ARCA and this expert doing shady shit with ARCA.
$33.
You could zoom that in, please. A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
Not since I took down, oh, hold on. Oh, here we go. Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Ms. Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Ms. Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Wow. Anything, Mr. Alessi?
Your Honor. Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is a slide about text stream data. You acknowledge that text stream data, what you've called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred.
Objection,
correct?
outside the scope
Correct.
of the
With
redirect.
regard to the topic of confirmation bias that you were just asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
How do you ask me more questions than just this slide?
But were the questions just about data?
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative hypotheses. Isn't that what confirmation bias
There's
gets
simply
at?
no scope of this.
Generally, yes. Again, I started this case with
It was
the
just a question.
hypothesis.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
He's got to
with
answer
the
it.
hypothesis that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
Ha! Boom. Great question, Alessi.
That
Right,
shows
Anna?
that you analyzed whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe. You would point to one document. Was there one document on your slide presentation?
Objection.
that analyzed
Outside the
the
scope.
null hypothesis, as you call it, there being no contact at all? Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
He ruled
So,
that.
Remember what I
Oh,
said, we
you
start
idiot.
with hypothesis, we
I
get
can't.
more data, we whittle down our hypothesis
What a
to the
dumbass.
final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection that, removed certain hypotheses. So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir, my question is not about your.
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is there any slide that says alternative
I love hugs.
hypothesis
I
to
send you hugs.
whatever the label is, whatever the term, it
I'm a
says
hugger.
no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones, in confirmation, and to see whether there's confirmation bias, have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in working through hypotheses, documenting each hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses.
Is he serious right
To
now?
avoid confirmation
school.
bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
Dr. Welcher, you are all set.
Oh my God, thank you. Give me a minute to pack up and I will be out of here.
What a dumbass. And yep, I said it. I freaking said it.
Oh, I am plugged in. Yes, thank you.
I seen it.
Excuse me? Yes, you can put your in.
Thank you.
Hilarious. Okay, so what's happening now? What a dumbass. Yeah, Dr. Welcher's like, oh yeah, I can go now. Cool, great, wonderful. I don't know what's happening. Play a clip. Play a clip.
Yeah, step down.
Yes, you can. Thank
Pleasure
you very
to meet
much.
What the hell were they waiting for on that? Oh, they're waiting for Dr. Welcher to like pack his stuff up. Clip. He's gonna rest. Yep. He's gonna play a clip and he's gonna rest.
Commonwealth moves to introduce and play clip 26.
Woo! Clip.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out, and David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
Maybe it's a rebuttal, expert.
So the 207.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
I knew it. Called it again, close. Thank you.
Does counsel want to see me?
We do, Your Honor.
Okay, so should we send the jury out or should?
Probably, yes.
So jurors, so everybody can sit. So jurors, the Commonwealth.
Let me grab my
rests.
charger.
That means that the Commonwealth's case has been presented to you for your consideration. So I need to meet with the lawyers for a few minutes, so we're going to send you back out. I can tell you that it now appears that we're at least on schedule, if not a little ahead of schedule. So we'll send you back out for a short recess.
Rise to the jurors.
Right. Can counsel come to sidebar, please?
They tried a motion to dismiss the first time, right? They tried that the first time. Well, they've tried it like 5 times, but you know, they could try it again. What they do. Try ridiculous, nonsensical things like motions to dismiss in the middle of a trial. I expect them to do something ridiculous. I knew he was going to rest. That was the information that I got. So I'm going to go on. I usually get pretty damn good information. Either that or it's just common sense. So who's in the courtroom today? Idiot Sue O'Connell. I would never listen to her if you paid me to. Who else? Christina Rex. Is that John DePetro? I cannot tell. No. Can't see who's behind the court officer. Directed verdict. Well, that's what we're going to find out. That's what we're going to find out if they're going to be ready to start their case today. So are they at a sidebar now, which they didn't announce? Okay, cool. So we're going to say that's a sidebar because they're all gone, which means it's a sidebar. So we're at like, I don't know. Is this 3? Is this 3? I think it's 3. I think it's 3. She called the sidebar, yeah. Yeah, that's woohoo. Yeah, it's like a thing they always do is a motion to I just hit the wrong button. Boop. Oh, thank you, Joy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I mean, after today and yesterday, I feel like everyone should be paid. We should all be paid. All of us. All of us. Thank you, Joy. Joy sends $50. Thank you, Joy. I appreciate you, my friend. She says, hang in there. I said, thank you. I'm trying. I'm attempting. Like, thank you so much, Joy. I appreciate you. Yeah, yesterday was brutal. Yesterday was brutal with Alessi, but like Dr. Welcher definitely made it a little better, you know, having to deal with Alessi. Dr. Welcher is a freaking, you know, a MVP. Like, I don't know if I would have had the patience to not be like, hey, you're an effing idiot. You have no idea what you're talking about, and I can't answer your questions because you don't make any freaking sense. Like, I probably would have said that. So Dr. Welcher has a little bit more patience. WCBB says, Brennan plays clip where Reed asked herself if she could have hit O'Keefe. She says, Yannetti told her she has some level of culpability. As the screen goes dark, some jurors are still staring at it. Woo! You see the court officer that's literally standing at the end of where Mr. Reed is, in between where the jury would be. Behind her, see this little podium thing that you can kind of see in the corner underneath Anna's comment? Let me try to pull it down. See this? Oh, God damn it. I forgot that pops up when I take a comment down. See it? See where it says sidebar underneath there? That's like behind, like that's where the, you know, jury usually is. So they have this poor court officer standing in between the jury and Mr. Reed because of Mr. Reed's outburst and staring at the jury, looking at the jury, winking at the jury, doing all those things, you know? Yeah, that's what, yeah, exactly. That's what they're going to do, is that's what they always do. We move to a motion to dismiss, Your Honor. Like, motion denied. On we go. but I don't, who's beside him is usually his wife, Janet Reed. Then Esty, she donates a lot. That's why. What you're going to see is the biggest donors and people who most of its donors are YouTubers and then family and or friends of family, usually. What I find funny is see that tape they put next to Mr. Reed? What happens if I'm a member of the public that wants to sit and watch this trial? They can't corner off seats if the public wants them. That's what I'm not understanding. Yeah, they cornered it off so that he can't slide all the way down to the end because clearly he was too close to the jury. But if the public wants those seats, they would have to allow the public to sit in those seats. They could not corner off a good 4 or 6 seats that the public wants to sit in on this. Clearly nobody wants to sit and watch this. I see a lot of the FKRs being like, well, why aren't the blue shirts? That's what they call us, the blue shirts there. We're not there because we don't think it's acceptable to make a mockery out of a trial. Like, well, you came last time. No, we came during jury deliberation because you guys went to the private event hall that the O'Keefes, McCabe's, and Alberts were at, trying to wait for this jury verdict to harass them. That is the only reason we came down there. There are other ways to support people other than being down there and making a mockery out of the justice system with pom-poms and barbecues. We weren't there to do that. We were there to take a stand against the bullying and the harassment and show that there's support for the family and the witnesses and that it's unacceptable. Okay? We weren't there to stand there and support every single day of our lives for 6 or 8 weeks. We can Sorry, guys. This buffering is getting me today. You can support from home. Right? Their amount of support is standing out there making a mockery of everything. We support personally by being personal people that check in and make sure everybody's okay. And if they need anything and, by doing normal human things and speaking out against the nonsense without trying to make a mockery out of the justice system and a man's death to begin with. Okay. That's what we're trying to do here. So we support in a different way than they think is acceptable to harass people and support. We don't do that. Right? On Miss Reed's left. That's Esty. The wig lady, I believe. Directed verdict time, not just Alessi, probably what AJ was working on. I'm guessing that they're going to do a motion to dismiss. That's what they always do. They've done it a million times. Gotta love this guy. Freaking right. Hey, Jack. Thank you, Jack, for your super sticker. I love it. I appreciate you. I only see the super stickers over here, so I got to be able to see. I love the stickers, though. I freaking love it. The backwards hat. Wow, I love it. Thank you for the super sticker. Yeah, one next to Mr. Reed's Janet Reed, and on the other side of Janet Reed is Esty. All these documentary interviews are gold. They are gold. You missed Alessi looking like a fool again this morning and Hank's 5-second or 2-minute redirect. Yeah, Mr. Reed did. That's why they put the tape there and they put a court officer in between him and the jury. Her husband's a surgeon. He's a surgeon. And I don't think they're extensions. I'm pretty sure it's a wig because in the pictures you can see the line is literally straight and it doesn't move. So I'm pretty sure it's not extensions. Yes, if you went to the courthouse and there's a seat opened, they have to allow you to have it. Absolutely, 100%. No, on the other side of the tape, there's no family on the other side. There's nobody on the other side of the tape that's next to Mr. Reed. There's nobody in those seats. If you wanted that seat and you're a member of the public, you have the right to that seat. They can't save seats. They can't, for family, they can't. If you are a member of the public and there are open seats, you have a right to a seat. Hypothesis. I loved when he went into that. What a hypothesis. He clearly did not get what a null hypothesis is, which, again, for a smart guy, you would think he would know. You know what I'm saying? I love the super stickers. I appreciate the super stickers. Like, they argued for hours over assumptions and hypotheses. Yeah, ridiculousness. That's exactly what they did. Lady in red. Where? I don't see red. Where? Red? Where's red? I don't know. I don't see any red. Where? I know I'm blind, but like, shoot. Oh, thank you, Jack, for gifting a membership. Let's see who it went to. Who did it go to? Doot, 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 doot. Willow. Yay, Willow. So it's not just me getting buffering. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, it's big time. It's literally every 5 minutes. If I didn't have Freak streaming this part, the core TV stuff, like it would do it to that too. It's not doing it to that because I'm doing it through Freak. And then, so when I buffer, this doesn't buffer. And so I think I'm pretty sure it's StreamYard. Congrats, Willow. Hank is a freaking rock star. Just a rock star. I knew they were going to rest. I'll take my bow for that. I mean, shocker, I was right, no? Like, so nice. I love when people do that. They gift the memberships. It's fun. WCVB reporting the judge tells Welcher he's all set. Welcher exclaims something like, oh my God, several jurors laugh and smile. Oh, so nice. Oh, Jack sends $5.67 on a super chat. Thank you, Jack. We appreciate you. Yes, Hank does look very serious. He's very serious. He's a very serious guy. Very serious. He was not playing in the voir dire, and he was setting it up. I appreciate you, Jack. I appreciate you. We definitely need the support. We are a teeny tiny channel, just trying to get on by. We love those. Those help the channel. The ads help the channel. Skip them. You can see her thigh or hands. Where am I missing this? Where are we talking? Is it on the other side of the court officer? Am I missing something? Where is it? Where? The right of Mr. Reed on the other side of the tape. I see the court officer's arm. I think I see the court officer's arm. Oh, wait. No. Oh, wait. Maybe there is. Yep, I see a leg moving. They were empty yesterday. They were, I know, right? They were empty yesterday. Most of the time they keep them empty. So I'm actually shocked someone's there. Maybe it's someone from the public. Maybe. I'm guessing. He is. But we didn't see that with him. And I mean, we saw a little bit of like face, expressions or whatnot, but we did not see this level of unhinged in the first trial. The apple does not fall far from the tree. We know this. We definitely know this. Like young Quentin. He does look like young Quentin Tarantino. Oh, she's probably the lady that worked in the court. I do see a leg though. Underneath where the court officer is, you can see a leg moving. Maybe they're sitting in a chair, but you can see a leg moving in between the post and the leg of the court officer. You can actually see someone's leg. Right? Sanity, making a break for freedom here. Like, okay, so it's, all right. Yeah, so it's StreamYard. And I had I thought it was because there's literally no reason on planet Earth it should be doing that, Like, you are not a conduit. You are a friend and family. At this point, you're stuck with me. Y'all are stuck. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of annoying, Oh, I will check, Scorpio. I will check. I don't get the notifications for PayPal. I have to always check the email. So it's nice when you guys tell me to check so that I know. Right? Protest their stupid buffering. I don't appreciate it. don't appreciate it. I love it. Scorpio sent $7.77. Thank you, Scorpio. I appreciate you, my friend. Jack sends $11.26 on Venmo. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you, my friend. We do have Revolut for those of you who are out of country. And I guess Trisha says there's no fees, which is nice. When I convert it from your dollars to my dollars, I'm guessing that's where they take the fees. But she says there's no fees, which is nice to know. Right? I don't like the buffer. Every day we're buffering. Like, well, you know, I like to watch it all. You want to know why? Because Hank has to do the cross. And so I know he's going to absolutely eviscerate some of these witnesses, but what the hell are they doing? It's 11:42. Like, is there really an abundant argument that needs to be made right now? Like, are you going to start your goddamn case or not? Like seriously. Right? Run them on the TV and then you don't have to skip them. Tell your hubby I said I appreciate him for not skipping them. Yeah, exactly. Beige. Yeah, you can see him now. It's a dude. Looks like maybe a press pass. He's got something around his neck. Maybe a member of the press, but why would you be sitting there? Usually press is over there. You know? All message. Yeah, you change it from top message to all messages. You know, I heard he was on the backup list for next week or tomorrow, or I forget, but he was like the first alternate or something like that. But usually you don't see the alternates come in until like the end of the day anyway. So it's like, go ahead and waste your time staying there all day to get in for like an hour. That's kind of stupid. Like, I wouldn't waste my time, but hey, like, right? Oh, yeah, it could be some of the law interns, too. I didn't think about that, but it could be that. Right? Newsflash, YouTube's buffering out Alessi. But, you know, maybe they got sick of him, too. And they were just kind of like, meh. And it's StreamYard, not necessarily YouTube. But still, maybe they were sick of him. And they were like, hey, we're just going to buffer this so that everybody doesn't have to suffer. Like, you know, like, yeah, you see the guy with the beige pants? Oh, well, that's what they do. That's what they do. You know, they crowdsource everything. All of the questions, some of the questions the defense asks come straight from people on Twitter. And it's funny because like when you take those questions from people on Twitter that make no logical sense because they're not attorneys and they have no idea what they're talking about, that's when you do what Alessi just did and make yourself look like a freaking absolute fool. An absolute fool. I can't wait for Russell. That's going to be my favorite day ever. I told you, I'm going to have to take many bathroom breaks so I don't pee myself laughing. Literally. Oh, crap. I forgot to let this one. Whoops. Oopsie, whoopsie. What is happening here? Hello, mouse. Oh, there it is. I need this to scroll all the way to the bitty bottom. There we go. I can't wait for it. I literally can't wait. Oh, my God. Imagine. The Commonwealth has not shown that a client has done anything wrong. Motion to dismiss, Your Honor. This is a travesty. Yes. There has. Dr. Welcher just left. Wouldn't shock me if he eventually does because he knows he's screwed. Like, WCVB reporting. Jackson talks to the judge. Now Brennan talks. Reed has her arms folded in front of her as she listens. ADA Laura McLaughlin is taking copious notes. Thigh. Such a funny word, thigh. Now, Yannetti is talking to the judge. He holds up 4 fingers. McLaughlin steps away from the bench and retrieves a folder from the prosecution table. Interesting. Here they come.
Thank you.
Right? Bosch is not a system, a car system. It's a thing it plugs into the car, you dumbass. It's like saying an OBD sensor is in the vehicle. An OBD sensor literally plugs into the vehicle. Once again, I grew up in a shop with my dad and my grandfather, so. Oh, the chat's going to be hilarious. Right? Ready for the train wreck. Sidebar's over, so what's happening? Like, what is happening? They all sat down. They're not packing up to leave it unless your name's Alessi. So what is going on? Don't tell me he's going to be doing the, oh, God, help us all. He's the only one standing. So it looks like he's going to be doing the first whatever. Witness, motion to dismiss, whatever. I mean, have all the other lawyers checked out of this case? Are they going to do anything? Or are they just going to let Alessi run this straight into the ground and then say ineffective counsel afterwards? Like, is that what's happening right now? I'm totally... Oh, my God. StreamYard and buffering. I'm really getting sick of it. Like, really. I know, roller skate. You're telling me. Don't want to deal with Alessi. Is not something I want to deal with. Oh, he's going to start with all the made-up conspiracies. All of them. All of them. Oh, my God. Do I want to know what you were Googling before you posted? What's happening? Oh, they're bringing the jury back in. Durr. Right? Go for ineffective counsel to let Alessi do everything at the end there. Although I think that, I mean, any judge would throw that out a window anyway to be like, yeah, no, that has to be, right? Like, it has to be. I'm out of coffee now. I drank my coffee already. Can you freeze potato salad? I freaking love you. He's definitely the scapegoat, the patsy. He ruined the trial. Ineffective counsel. He helped out the Commonwealth.
Hi. So, jurors, we all.
Oh, done for the day. Watch. Watch. Done for the day. Guaranteed. Because why else would you need to say anything to the jury?
We don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've spent a lot of time at sidebar, and we've had times that we've kept you in the deliberation room because we've been trying to sort through everything, trying to make this trial as efficient as possible, but also honoring and respecting all the hard work of the lawyers that's gone into preparing this trial.
We don't need to know.
We do understand.
She says this a million times.
I've never seen a judge explain it. Sometime this morning, I know we kept you in there almost a half an hour, and we've just spent some time now. So I can tell you that we are ahead of schedule right now.
We're going to let you go for the day.
I still need to talk to the lawyers about something tomorrow morning. So we're going to send you home now.
I knew it.
And have you
ridiculous
come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, because today I know we kept you.
Oh my fucking God.
Doesn't make any sense where I already know I need to talk to the lawyers tomorrow morning to have
this judge is
9 o'clock start.
so ridiculous.
Will be a full day, and we'll have you here ready to start at 9:30. Okay, so those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. And also, please continue to be careful with your social media use. So we'll see you.
She will deny it, of course. Doesn't matter who's doing it. It will be denied. That's common, common sense, pretty much. Any of us would know that. I knew it. I knew she was freaking done for the day. It's 11:51, lady. Why do you need to be done for the day? Do the motion to dismiss and get the defense is not ready. They don't have their witness. Like, what's not ready about it? Like, I don't understand. Like, this isn't saving time. You can't possibly be ahead of schedule or on schedule still after all of this nonsense. And I've never seen a judge explain themselves so many times. Ever. All
right. So Ms. Little, if you can get me whatever you're going to get me within the next hour, so that would be great. And I'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9.
Thank you.
Well, that was an absolute waste of everything. Absolutely everything. Well, folks, that's it. Waste of time, waste of a half a day of I mean, come on, they very well knew that the Commonwealth's going to rest, because the Commonwealth would have told them, like, hey, we're going to rest. So there's no reason why the defense shouldn't have been ready, and it shouldn't have been ready to be argued. The judge very well knows they're going to try a motion to dismiss. They always effing do. Okay. Like, yeah, well, they definitely didn't want to have to start and then stop, but at the same time, it's their fault. Don't have Alessi drone on and on and on and on about things that don't matter and make your own side look stupid. Like, I would be so mad if I was on the jury. Never a full day, leaving early, coming in late, not because you could have already been done. This whole case could have, if you take out all of the days that they did half days and all the days they gave off, the whole thing could have been done. This whole case could have been done by now. Like, I knew it. I freaking knew it as soon as she got up and started talking to the jury, because there's no reason to talk to the jury unless you're going to say you're done for the day. I have never seen a judge explain themselves more than this judge. Sometimes we need to do work with the lawyers and we apologize for keeping you in the room. Like, I've never seen a judge do that. They don't need to explain themselves to the jury about why the jury was in there a million times. You've told them already work needs to be done. So they don't need to hear it 72 more times. Like, the fact that she thinks she needs to explain herself to the jury is the part that I find most concerning. Like, and at this point, what is with all of the sidebars? Because I've never seen a judge allow more sidebars like this ever in my life. Usually they'd be like, no, we're not doing any more side. All of these issues were discussed pre-trial, during trial. Like, there is absolutely zero reason that they need to be doing sidebars of this magnitude and length. She has every legal right to say, no sidebar. This has already been discussed. My objection is, your objection is overruled. Like, on we go. Like, I mean, ridiculous. I mean, yeah, I guess you don't have to rewind too much then, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, well, she probably will. They always do. It's just something stupid. Even if they weren't prepared, that's on them. Judge should have been like, well, you better get your witness in here. Because there's been plenty of times that they've been unprepared. Like, well, yeah, it's about saving, times now for Reed. Like, the law tubers, and I hate like using that as a generalized term, because, if you consider anybody that goes over court cases and knows the law a law tuber, then you could have consider this channel a law tube channel. But at the same point, like, we're talking about law tubers with, 250, 500,000, 300,000, 150,000 or more, subscribers. They're feeding a vast, amount of conspiracy theories to a lot of effing people. Now, if you think about that, say 125,000 people view one of the DUI guy or the lawyer who knows videos. Okay. Those 125 or 75,000 people then go and talk to another 125, 75, or even 300,000 people, one or more person each. And they feed them those conspiracies. And that is how it spreads like a disgusting wildfire that you just can't put out. I refuse to be one of those types of channels that just says shit because people want to hear it. I'm going to give my honest opinion about what I think is going on. I mean, I could pick out very quickly what the defense was trying to do earlier, right? I don't know if Joy, you popped on maybe after that or before that. Maybe you were watching in the bushes before that, but I knew exactly what the defense was trying to do before before Hank argued it. And within seconds of me saying exactly what they were trying to do, Hank says it. He says exactly what I just told you guys. And it just like goes to show, like, clearly, unlike the cult, says, I do know my stuff. I do know what the hell I'm talking about. Like, I mean, according to them, I'm just a dum-dum, right? Like, I don't know anything and I never get anything right, which is like so funny to me, because I think, once again, as we say, my batting average speaks volumes. My opining, my guesses on what's going to happen or what could happen are pretty damn good. Like, nobody gets it right 100% of the time, but I'm pretty friggin' close. Like, I think these people know that they're lying to their audiences, and that's what bothers me the most. That is what bothers me. I'm tired of the buffering. The buffering's driving me nuts. StreamYard, get your crap together, StreamYard. It's not fair to you paying subscribers that pay a decent amount of money for your service, StreamYard, for all of this interruption all the time, because I can see that I have an excellent connection. I literally have it on my other screen. So come on, man, get your crap together, StreamYard. It just drives me insane. All right. Like they're literally just feeding BS to masses of people, knowing they're doing it, knowing they're lying. And why? The answer is always the same, unfortunately. Why? Because they have all their subscribers agree with them at this point, because they've now had an influx of FKR. And God dang it, I'm so soon. I'm going to try to wrap this up here soon, because StreamYard's not working for anybody. It's not just me, apparently. But they know what they're doing. They're doing it for the same reasons. They're literally doing it because they have now had this influx of FKR, and those people are what the hell? Stop it. All this stuff popping up on my screen, there's no necessary need for. What? Like, hello? They know, right? Like they know that it brings in more dollars and more cents, whether it's through their super chats or super stickers or through private means like PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, and it pays their bills. I get it. I'm not saying that like streaming isn't a job. It is a job, especially if you do it well and you know what you're doing and you're doing research and you're paying for all of the things you need to pay for to stream. But it really starts to make people disappointed in people that they thought were honest when you get to the point of knowing that some of these people with very large audiences are giving false legal takes on purpose because they know that's what people want to hear. That's disappointing. Listen, the legal take might not always be the most popular, right? Might not be the most popular thing to say, but I'm never going to tell you guys something that I think is false. Like I've learned over the time of streaming that if you lie to your audience, like it will come back to bite you. Like even not like lying and not knowing it's a lie, like getting information and thinking it's good information, which I've gotten in the past, like thinking it's good information, trying to check that information. And then you realize later on the information wasn't good. Like that will bite you in the ass. I don't want an audience of people that are sheep. I don't want an audience of people that don't think for themselves or don't try to put the pieces of the puzzle together on their own. They just take someone's word for it and call it a day. I want an audience of great thinkers, people that try to figure it out on their own, or at least double check their information, or maybe they don't have time, but at least they know that they can rely on us to know where to go look to like streamline that for them, right? Like where to go find these pieces of evidence or information, and hopefully we can point them in the right direction of where and go find. I have never heard one of these law tubers ever tell anybody, check the information, including mine. I've never heard it. I've never heard it from a single one of them. Because if they tell them that, right, and people go and check and realize it's a lie, right, well, that doesn't bode. Me and StreamYard are going to fight in a minute. Like literally, me and StreamYard are going to, I got a knuckle sangy for StreamYard in a second. Like this buffering. I mean, to me, it's like, do these law troopers not realize that actual attorneys or people who work in the justice system are laughing at you? Like colleagues or people that were colleagues of yours are laughing at you and showing what a sellout you are because you're willing to say whatever you think the audience wants to hear. Sorry, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not. My job isn't really to say what is definitive unless it's pieces of evidence other than my opinion on whether I think somebody is guilty or not, whether we can help in a missing persons case or a cold case, you know, going over a trial and saying what I think might happen when it comes to this motion or this, seeing some of the sneaky things that attorneys do. And it doesn't always have to be the defense. Sometimes the prosecution is just as sneaky. Okay. In this case, though, that's not the case. We're talking about, you know, the law troopers that are willing to say whatever for their clips and views. And I get it. Views matter. Okay. I get it. I understand it. I'm a very tiny channel. So for us, they matter not so much because per 1,000 views, you don't really get paid a lot. It's like cents. You get cents. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing that's dollars. It's always cents. And so, but for them, it's different because they have larger audiences. So everything matters, right? But why can't you also have some morals, some moral compass where you're like, hey, I'm not going to lie to my audience because it's the popular thing. I'm going to tell them what the real legal take is on it. And unfortunately, if they don't like it, they don't like it. Like, it is what it is. I get it. It's a business. I get it. It's a job. I'm not saying it isn't. It is. Of course it is. And everybody should be paid for their time. I'm not suggesting that law tubers or any YouTubers should not be paid for their time and energy putting into this. Everyone should be. Let's make that abundantly clear. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be. Where the line draws for me is when you're actively doing sneaky things on purpose. Like I've seen it from so many people where they'll just ignore all the comments in their chat until somebody super chats or super stickers. And then they'll read it because it sticks out. I don't do that. I read all of them. And obviously, as we grow, I probably won't be able to read every single one, but I know the names, right? I know all your names. So that means I'm going to hit on as many comments as I possibly can, right? From the people's names that I know and some that I don't. Like, even when the chat, I mean, pre this trial, right? Even when I was in the beginning of all of this and my chat was flying, right? I can slow it. I can stop it. I can slow it down. And I took the time to do that and go through the points, right? And you don't see a lot of that. And I feel like that's a fail on the behalf of the creators to not have that interaction with your audience, especially if you're live streaming. It's sort of different if you're doing long form videos, but if you're live streaming, your audience is there to watch you, but they're also there for you to listen to what they have to say as well. And if you don't listen to what they have to say, then what are they getting out of it really? Like, yeah, they might be getting a little entertainment, but don't you want to hear what they have to say? There could be some pretty intelligent, smart, well-rounded people that make some really good points that you yourself missed. I don't understand why more creators don't interject that. I've seen a lot of like real sneaky sort of things that I refuse to do. And yes, I'm not going to lie. It hurts my channel to not do those sneaky tactics. It does. It's the reality of the situation. But I refuse to do it because I feel like it's just inauthentic. It's sneaky. It's not the right way. You know, like mentioning donations, cool. If people donate, they do. I'm not going to ignore comments to get them to donate. That just seems so freaking sneaky to me. Like, so how did she not know it was a half a day? They said it yesterday. Like, did she even pay attention? Like, that's another thing that they frequently do though, is like go back and like pause every 5 minutes throughout the entire trial to make a comment. Like, that would take a double the amount of time to get through if you did that, you know? Like double the amount. I'm not suggesting that people should stop watching them, but I do suggest that people should check the information always. It doesn't matter who you're watching. And that includes me. Always check. Go back and check the information, especially when it comes to pieces of evidence, things of that nature. Go look at it yourself, you know? Like, yeah, I love when she says they're ahead. It's clearly, there's no way you could be ahead of schedule at this point. Okay, with all the days. And we did this in the first trial, and she didn't learn with all the half days. Like, schedule better. I've never seen anything like this in a trial where it's half days, days off. All these, the lawyers aren't ready, so we're letting you go even earlier every single time. Like, what? Like, I mean, that's the thing, right? No well-respected attorney is dumb enough to keep a client like Karen. you would have bailed out a long time ago and say, hey, I can't represent you anymore. This is now we're having a conflict and it's irreversible. I'm sorry, I cannot. Like, the clip that was played of the one, her saying that like she could have tagged him in the knee and could he have thrown something at the car without her knowing she hit him and hit him? It was gold. It was absolute gold. It just shows that she, you know, had an idea that she probably hit him and even how it happened, which means she knew. She knew. You know what I'm saying? She knew. Like, I mean, Twitter does suck. There's no doubt about that. It sucks. It definitely freaking sucks. Oh, we want to watch the clip again? Yeah. Bring it back to the clip, freak. Good idea. Here we go. Exactly, Jesse.
So I thought, could I have run him over? Did he try to get me as I was leaving and I didn't know it? I mean, I've always got the music blasting. It's snowing. I got the wipers going, the heater blasting. Did he come and hit the back of my car and I hit him in the knee and he's drunk and passed out and asphyxiated or something? And then when I hired David Yannetti, I asked him those questions the night of January 29th. Like, David, what if, I don't know, what if I ran his foot over or what if I clipped him in the knee and he passed out or went to care for himself and he threw up or passed out? And David said, yeah, then you have some element of culpability.
And that's it, folks. Her saying that Yannetti told her she's got some culpability. Okay? She's got some culpability. You hit him. You hit him. Okay? Like, yeah, did he hit the back of my car? Right? Like, I used to check on my neighbors too, especially when I saw, you know, something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I won't risk my law license doing this to lie. And I mean, come on, look, no offense, but the law licenses of some of these attorneys are definitely in jeopardy for at least some good sanctions. That's clear, you know? And the harassing of innocent people, why hasn't Karen's team come out and said, do not harass innocent people? We do not condone, even though we're not the ones that are telling you to do it. We do not condone that in any way. They could have done that pre-trial at any point. They don't, because they don't care. And because Karen doesn't care. It's very clear. You know what I'm saying? She's the one who instructed the sewer turtle what to say when they went to the lacrosse game. And there's proof of that. You know? Yeah. And she knew it was the back of the car too. Didn't say the front, but magically knew it was the back. Well, I mean, how'd you know that? Like, you know, because he walked to the back of the car, obviously. Because if he went in the house, you wouldn't have known. What if he walked around to the front and you clipped him with the front and didn't see? Because you were looking here. Could have been here, right? Like, she knew it was the back of the car. Like, I think she saw him. You know? I think she saw him. It's that simple. Like, he didn't look mortally wounded. Like, we can go over all the comments she said. We played that sort of thing the other day that played all the clips thus far, and that took almost 15 minutes just to do that. Like, with all of those clips. Crazy to me. Absolutely crazy. Like, this is not normal behavior. That's for dang sure. I think we got a lot of ways to go, but I do think that the defense is going to start their case tomorrow. They're going to motion for a dismissal for extreme government conduct like the first time, be denied because there's nothing to dismiss, make a big stink so that the cult can talk about it, give talking points like Alessi tried to do today when he said ridiculous things like, Mr. Brennan's constant objections. Like, dude, you're the only one that constantly objects. Hank barely ever objects because you look like a fool and he lets you look like a fool. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, that's the thing. She knew she reversed. Is Karen now claiming she's not the one who was driving the car? And that's what I say to the cultists that come in here and say, he wasn't hit by that car. Really? The data says he was hit by the car. His phone stops moving seconds later after Karen backs up, does not move again until they find him after 6. And the phone battery lowers in temperature throughout that entire time until he is found. It starts moving again when he's found, obviously, because they get the phone and the temperature goes up. So you tell me what happened within those seconds where he stops moving forever, where his phone is, where he is found with his phone, if Karen didn't hit him. Also, is Karen magically all of a sudden claiming that she was not driving the car and she didn't reverse? Nope, she certainly isn't. She certainly isn't. So unless you're going to tell me someone else was driving that vehicle, then I don't know what to tell you. The data is very, very clear. Very, very clear. Okay? Exactly. She knew she was reversing. She knew exactly what happened. She might not have remembered it in the that moment. She might have been that drunk. And then when she went back to the house, she started to realize slowly what happened. And then from then on was in a straight cover-up mode. And so, at this point, I believe she knows everything that happened. She's going to keep lying till the cows come home. She's never going to take any responsibility for what happened. She doesn't want to take culpability or for the numerous lives she destroyed after that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe it was one of those moments, but she started recalling it quickly. Knew exactly what happened after that. He got hit by a plow. I was expecting to find him on the side of the road. That one's pretty bad. I was expecting to find him on the side of the road. Why would you expect to find somebody on the side of the road unless you knew something happened? That doesn't even make any sense. I'd expect to find him on someone's couch. Why wouldn't he have Ubered home, a cab, even a regular cab or Uber or Lyft, or ask one of the people at the house if he went in the house? Why would you expect to find him on the side of the road? That would be the last thing that you would expect to find is him on the side of the road, right? No one is going to go through scenarios in the head of what if he's on the side of the road? When you don't hear from someone, yeah, but not after just a few hours. If you dropped him off, like she claims, right? She dropped him off and he went to a party. Why would you automatically claim he was on the side of the road? There was no hostility. Nobody was angry with John. She says there's no reason that John would have known about the Higgins text. So then blaming Higgins goes right out the window. So I don't know. Yeah, that tap is telling because even her own expert in the first trial, Dr. Rentschler, said there's no way that her car light broke on that. And I'd love to see how Dr. Wolf, because I want Hank to ask Dr. Wolf that question. Could she have broken her? Because if he lies and says yes, he's going to look like a fool. And I don't know how ARCA keeps him employed at that point. He already looked like a fool in the first trial, saying that if he had more data, nothing would change. Especially crucial data. We're not talking about just small points that don't matter. We're talking about crucial pieces of data like taillight in someone's clothing. Okay? His hair on the bumper. That was big pieces of things to not have. And still the text stream data. Now the text stream data. The text stream experts don't look at the text stream data. That's freaking amazing. Who do you guys think that they start with? Who do you think the defense starts with? Who's their first witness? Like, let's do that. Let's do that prediction. Who is the first witness they bring on? Who do you think is going to be their first witness? Exactly, freak. New Exeter Twitter claim. Hank prejudiced the jury against Yannetti by playing Karen's own words. Oh my God, people are so stupid. That is not the way it works. I literally can't deal with the stupidity. This afternoon has just demonstrated what a true expert Dr. Welcher is. I don't think it was a wise move by the defense to try and out-expert the real expert, John DePetro says. It's not. You can't expert an expert. That's literally his job and what he does 24/7. Like, that is the funniest thing I've ever heard them say. Right? That's another thing. Maybe Karen should have kept her mouth closed because, you have the right to shut the F up. And any good lawyer is going to tell you to take your right to shut the F up and say nothing. Take your right to not say a goddamn word. Say nothing. Don't do interviews. Don't talk to people. Say absolutely nothing. Because anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Any good attorney is going to tell you to shut your mouth. Were they too afraid to tell Karen to shut her mouth? I don't know. Or did Karen just not listen? Probably both, I'm guessing, a little bit. I do think it's illegal what someone did to Elizabeth Little's hair. Okay? Whoever did that is a mean, mean person. That is mean. It's animal abuse. All right? Take the squirrel, off of her forehead. It's not nice. Okay. Whoever did that to her head. It's not nice. It's just not. Not nice at all. Not even a little bit. They need to apologize to Elizabeth Little. It looks terrible. Awful. It's hard to look at. So hard to look at. Oh my God. If that's part of Bob's argument, I will literally pee myself laughing. I kid you not. I will literally pee myself laughing. Like, they can to play context, but so we've seen most of those in their full context, and I don't think that's going to help them. That's going to hurt them to play it again. Because the way Hank clipped it, the parts he clipped are just basically the person asking the question. All I did was clip them out, and any other long like answer after it. It still is what it is. Like that, he clipped it perfectly where it's like it's in context. He just didn't keep the rest of like mumbo jumbo. So it's like you can play the entire thing, but that's not going to help them. It's actually going to hurt them to play it again because the jury now remembers it more. Like that's not it. So if they play for completeness, play most of they won't be allowed to play it out of context. They will not be allowed. They're only allowed to play it at all if it's in its, completeness, full context. And so the judge wouldn't allow them to play it out of context. That's not the way. They can only play like a longer version of it. They can't play a shorter version or a different version. It is not going to help them, not even a little bit. Like, in my opinion, she absolutely did. Like, oh my God. I mean, I'm just saying, it looks like a poor squirrel is stuck to the front, and even parted to the side. I don't understand what happened. Maybe Elizabeth Little got Karen Reeded and got a backwards haircut in the middle of the night. I don't know. Something happened. Something real bad happened to Elizabeth Little's head. And I liked her hair before. I thought it was gorgeous, blonde, long hair. I liked it. I liked her hair before. I don't know what in the hell. Someone really effed up. They should be fired and shamed for what they did to her head. Like, and well, that's the other thing. Jackson participated in some of those. Do you think she'll sue for malpractice? I don't know. Like, I don't know. What if she insisted on, and he insisted on being there if she was going to talk? I don't know if you could go for malpractice in that scenario. But hey, that's probably a good idea, Anna. Like, it is wild, especially when Ted Daniels called it a one-on-one interview. One-on-one interview? Sir, can you count? 1 + 2 is 3, buddy. Okay? 1 + 2 is 3. So it's not a one-on-one interview. It's a one-on-2 interview with Jackson answering the questions most of the time for Karen. That is not a one-on-one, sir. That is definitely a grave miscalculation to call it a one-on-one interview, especially when you're putting that out to the public that it's a one-on-one interview with Karen. No, it most certainly is not. And I would even call that false advertisement. I would be. If I was Alan Jackson, I'd be regretting this whole thing. If I was David Yannetti, I am definitely regretting this whole thing because they're practicing under his law license and doing pretty shady things. Yannetti had a pretty good standing. People respected him and thought he was a great attorney. And we've seen a lot less of that now. They think that he should have bowed out a while ago. And especially after his co-counsel did the very shady things that they did, playing loose and fast with the rules and protocol, I think Yannetti probably deeply regrets allowing them to practice on his license because it is, and it reflects onto him. You know what I mean? Like, it reflects onto him. He should have bowed out of this a very long time ago, and he wouldn't look like such a freaking fool, in my opinion. He just wouldn't. I do think, you know what I'm saying? Somebody messed up that hairdo. Like, I don't know who did that, but I mean, I'd be suing people if I was Eliza Little. I'm just saying I would be suing some people. Like, I don't think they're going to call Mr. Reed. What would be the point of them calling Mr. Reed, you know? But I mean, I'm thinking if they do it, Garrett Wing, Arca, Dr. Russell, Rich Green, if I had to guess in what order those would be done, I'd save Arca for last, but then again, maybe not, because it's going to be real bad. So they're going to be real bad, and Dr. Russell's going to be real bad. So you might want to do that somewhere in the middle, and not, or maybe you want to do it right at the beginning and get it over with, and then focus on the ones that aren't going to be so bad after that. Because Arca, Rich Green, and Marie Russell, the Russell Hustle, the Russ Watch, that's going to be bad. Those are going to be very, very bad. So what do you have left? Garrett Wing, their ME. Maybe you start with the ME. I don't know. Maybe you get the bad ones done first and then focus on the last bit of it so that the jury forgets about it. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's almost too close to call on who exactly they would be calling at this point. Like, because they only have a small list of people that they can call. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, people have told me that for a long time, Joy. It's just not my, it's not my thing. Like, you do live in the pot capital of the country. That's very true. Like, you do. Hey, but he went to the groomers, right? Shit. Like, I mean, I'd watch it. I'd probably rewatch it, Tequila, because there wasn't a lot. There wasn't a lot today, but Hank did his recross and it was quick and to the point. And so I'd say it's a rewatch because they ended a while ago now, a little bit ago, probably like 40 minutes or so ago. And there was like there's been some big gaps of like long sidebar before that. And so, I mean, there's probably maybe like an hour and some change to just watch. If I were you, I'd probably go back and watch it just because, like, you know, if it's such a little amount of time that like you'd be caught up. You know what I mean? It was definitely interesting to see the flailing for sure. Like asking about, oh my God, I literally almost fell over when he asked about the EDR system. And the guy's like, Dr. Welch was like, I can't answer that. You're asking about two different things. And Alessi seriously still didn't understand. He's like, the Bosch EDR. And he's like, I can't answer that because there is no such thing as a Bosch EDR. Like, there's Bosch and there's an EDR. An EDR is what's in the car. The Bosch is the system you plug into it. It has nothing to do with Lexus or the Lexus vehicle itself. It just reads the data. Like, so I can't answer your question because you're asking me about something that doesn't exist. And unless he didn't even realize it, of course, he likes to be like, well, let me ask it a different way. Buddy, no matter what way you ask it, he still can't answer it. Like, third party culprit's not in the conversation right now because they have to have some sort of evidence to prove third party to be able to use third party, and they have nothing. So what they have is Bowden defense, and they don't even really have that. So I don't. They're still going to go with dog bites, no collision, which is hilarious that they still want to scream about no collision, no collision, no collision when they're talking about her car hitting John's car. That's a collision, no matter what way you slice it. But no collision with the data that shows there was. And dog bites. The fact that they're even still going with that as a theory at this point, while invoking Proctor, Chief Berkowitz. Chief Berkowitz is not alive anymore. So, of course, they want to pin it on the dead guy, right? Like, pin it on Chief Berkowitz. He can't do anything. Like, that's not going to help them. The flailing is at an all-time high at the moment. Like, and if they call Lucky, I mean, that'll just be an extra day of hilariousness for us, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, they were the first to legalize. I remember that. Forget the House defense is scrambling outside by the flag. They are. You know, like, if they had just argued that, like, maybe he slipped and fell, or maybe it was a terrible accident, I think she would have got off. But nope, of course not. It is, Dougie. It is. We did have a little bit of having to deal with Alessi this morning, which, of course, is always torture. But him losing it about the hand was pretty good. So can we play that again? Yeah, can we play that part again with the hand freak where he flips out about the hand? Let me explain it first, though. So here's what happens. Dr. Welcher is tired of being interrupted in the middle of trying to answer, right? And so Alessi puts his hands up while Dr. Welcher puts his hand up to say, like, hey, stop, let me answer it. And Alessi starts asserting that Dr. Welcher is saying he's doing something with his hands because Dr. Welcher goes like this to say, like, hey, like, let me answer what you just asked. You're not letting me answer. You're talking over me. And Alessi's like, he's saying I'm doing something with my hands, Your Honor. He's saying I'm doing something with my hands. I'm not doing anything with my hands. He's asserting I'm doing something. Starts flipping out. And the judge is like, Mr. Alessi, please, like, stop it. Like he needed to be scolded like a baby. All right, let me turn the volume on. We can watch it real quick. Go ahead, freak.
Doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
Go ahead, finish the answer, Dr. Welcher.
Again, in the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have easily addressed this issue by the following. If you
go back a little more so we can see the full meltdown
or not sufficient contact, you could have produced.
We want to see the full Alessi meltdown
that shows a gap between the two contact.
The overlays, we cloud in the.
That I'm doing.
Hold on.
You had and the exact contact point and almost the exact dimensions if you had just used the 3D images that you had available to you. Isn't that correct?
That's exactly what we did. When I went through the video analysis, I showed you how we overlaid the point clouds, the 3D scans on top of each vehicle. So we took the, we took
Sir,
the vehicles.
Please don't interrupt.
Hold on.
Your Honor, he keeps referencing my hand and saying I'm doing something when I'm not. And I think that's distracting to the jury.
So,
I'm not interrupting him.
Hold on. Let the witness answer the question.
I'm just holding my hand like this, Your Honor. He keeps saying that I'm doing something.
Mr. Alessi, please.
All right.
He never said
Go
that.
ahead, finish the
You
answer.
went like this to make him stop.
In the photogrammetric analysis, I showed the video. I showed how we overlaid the point cloud on top of the video. That proves that the way we solved it, correct camera characteristics, matches. Otherwise, that would be distorted. We overlaid the scans of the Lexus into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid the scans of the scene into the photogrammetric analysis. We overlaid all that stuff into the analysis. We did exactly what you're suggesting.
You could have.
He freaks out about a hand saying he's like suggesting. First of all, Dr. Welcher never suggests at any point that he's doing anything with his hand. He talks with his hand. So he goes like this, like, wait a minute, let me finish. Like, and he's talking with this hand too. So he's like going like this, like with his other hand, like, hey, wait a minute. And unless he freaks out, dude, has an epic meltdown. He's referencing I'm doing something with my hands, Your Honor. No, he's not. He's asking that you hold the gun and stop so he can answer what you just asked without you interrupting him. And then he tells the judge, but I am, like, as I am letting him finish. No, you're not. You just started interrupting him again when he said, hold on. Like, so, like, what a freaking absolute baby. Like, oh yeah, he definitely did. Like a giant, I've never seen anything like it. He threw a giant tantrum. Like a little, mommy, he's looking at me funny. Like, what, bro? Like, I'm sorry, what? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life. Funny epic meltdown, though. But the fact that he sat there and tried to say, like, he's asserting that I'm doing something with my hands, Your Honor. No, he's not. He's talking with his hands, asking you to hold on and calm down. You're from New York, guy. Like, you don't know what, like, stop and hold on a second means, like, when you're doing it with both hands. Like, it was very clear what Dr. Welcher was getting to, which was like, let me finish, bro. Like, let me finish. Like, and he starts screaming about hands. Like, It is even funnier watching it again. That was funny. Like, but like, what, bro? Like, oh, that was a good part. Could we get that one up? Where Hank asks about if he ever communicated via Signal, the Signal app. He's like, I don't even know what that is. And any encrypted apps, he's like, I don't even know what that is. So Hank's already setting up the fact that Arca communicated via Signal and then deleted the messages versus this expert who would never, ever use an encrypted app to speak with the Commonwealth or any other client, because then you don't have those communications to prove that you talked. Like that is highly unprofessional, and clearly you're hiding something. Like, well, that's the thing, is he never finishes. He never lets him finish. And then when he starts to get an answer he doesn't like, Alessi's famous thing to say is, well, let me just ask it a different way, or to say something like, that wasn't my question. Funny enough, 9 out of 10 times, it is his question. He just doesn't like the answer. So then what he does is he asks a whole different question by saying, well, let me rephrase it, or let me ask it a different way. And Dr. Welcher smartly points out, that's not what you just asked. This is asking me something different. Like, so, I mean, Dr. Welcher, even though Alessi's really hard to listen to, Dr. Welcher made it so that we could listen to it, because Dr. Welcher pulled out all the stops on realizing that he was asking a multitude of questions in one question, which he called him out on every time for him. Was like, you just asked a bunch of different things there, first of all. Like, secondly, like the words that he used when he tried to like sneak in a word of like, you interpreted it, or a different word. He's like, you just asked two different things here. Like, you just used two different words here. I didn't assume anything. I used the data. Like, so Dr. Welcher very smartly caught on. And again, he's testified a lot of times. Like, he knows what he's doing, but he caught the BS, and he caught it quickly. Like, and that's what I love about Dr. Welcher. He's very quick-witted, you know, and he comes off as arrogant, Inc. You're not the only one to say that. A lot of people have said that. Alessi comes off as arrogant. He comes off as kind of a jerk. The yelling and the theatrics when there's actually nothing to be theatric about, that's the part people don't like. And yeah, he's definitely a whiner. Definitely a freaking whiner. Hank does always think ahead. I always try to put myself in Hank's shoes, right? Always try to put myself in Hank's shoes to guess what's going to happen next, or to give my interpretation of what's going to happen. And I nailed it today, per usual. Like, I knew exactly what the defense was trying to do when they were trying. So they were trying to, for those of you that came in now and missed it, is what the defense tried to do was they were trying to use Dr. Welcher to question Dr. Welcher on Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorty Bellows' reports. So instead of calling Trooper Paul, okay, what they wanted to do was question Dr. Welcher on Trooper Paul's reports by claiming falsely that he relied on Trooper Paul's information as his thing, and Dr. Scorty Bellows. What? The expert has to get data, right? And he specifically, you guys are going to love this, pointed out the odometer, right? The picture of the odometer. That's evidence. That's a data point. He needs that data point, right? He can't change the odometer reading and say, well, it was a different odometer reading. You can't test to go back to that day and say, this is the odometer reading. The only evidence he has of what the odometer reading was are the pictures. Okay. So they have those pictures of the odometer, and Alessi complains that the odometer reading is relying on Trooper Paul's report, blah, blah, blah. And so I knew immediately what they were trying to do. They were trying to bring in last year's Trooper Paul cross-examination. They thought they did so well on and did so great on and won on through Dr. Welcher, which you can't do. Call Trooper Paul then. Call him as a witness then, right? There's no legal precedent for that. There's no case law for that. As a matter of fact, there's some against it. And so Alessi ridiculously argued that Dr. Welcher relied on Trooper Paul and Dr. Scorty Bellows stuff when it's very clear he did his own independent research, analysis, and testing. That's all recorded and we saw. And so, of course, within seconds of me pointing out that's what they were trying to do, Hank gets up there and says exactly what I told you guys. You can go back and watch it. It was great. And then the judge tells Mr. Alessi she disagrees with him, sit the hell down, basically, and she's not allowing any of those questionings in because, well, I mean, in her, she didn't say it because it's ridiculous, but in my opinion, because it's ridiculous. Like, that's why. Like, but it was freaking great. Like, right? Put him in timeout. He's looking at me funny. He's waving his hand. Like, Oh, I'm sure he wishes that didn't happen because he just misread that hardcore, like hardcore. And he looked like a fool. Like, hey, questions are fine. That's okay. The mood in the court. Yannetti looks like he's ready to run out the door. We've seen him in the last 2 days, and he looks like he's ready to wrap this up, get the hell out of there. Like he looks very highly uncomfortable, in my opinion. And we do see, as of yesterday, Karen's not looking too happy yesterday. And she's going back and forth with Alessi, telling him what to do. And even the media reported on that she kept going, in the article said, to her boss, he kept going to his boss, which is Karen Reed, to talk about what he was going to ask Dr. Welcher. And that failed miserably. Made Alessi look like an idiot. He made himself look even more like an idiot today. He clearly did not learn from yesterday really at all. He might have in the beginning, just a smidge he learned, and then he completely lost it again. But Dr. Welcher, he was literally just doing it. Do we have that part for Hank? Where Hank asks about the whatchamajigget? The court reporter. Oh, she's so frustrated. Yeah, we just saw that. So freaking frustrated. She's like, thank freaking God. Now she's gone. I guarantee her mind, when they were like, okay, you're done, she was like, oh my God, thank God. Because that reaction was like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Thank you.
Oh, man. That was a classic. Hilarious. Here we go. Hank.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brandon.
You were asked some questions.
Actually, it's morning, but yes.
You were asked some questions about the ring video from Meadows, which was John O'Keefe's home. And you were asked whether you're aware if the cameras had changed over time.
Correct.
The fact that the camera was replaced, does that any way affect your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about your conclusions relative to that touching between the cars?
Absolutely not. It would have shown up as increased error when we overlaid the point clouds onto the photos or the point clouds onto the video. If it was an error, it would have showed an error.
Do you have any concern whatsoever that any of the information from the scan is in any way tainted, compromised, or inadequate?
That would be very hard to do. You literally press a button and stand there and watch it, and the laser does its thing. So I have absolutely no reason to disbelieve it. Additionally, again, if it was messed up, once you laid it over on top of the photograph, it would show the difference. So no, the data's fine.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that you've seen that any parts of your presentation were photoshopped?
No.
He laughs.
You were asked questions about the suspension of the motor vehicle of the defendant's Lexus. Do you have any information that the suspension at any point was changed?
No.
Yesterday, you were asked a number of questions about formulas. You took out your calculator and you were asked about different variables. Were those variables hypotheticals or were they related to this specific case?
So they seemed hypothetical. Again, you have to be careful when you're talking about failure forces on biomechanical things. For example, if you impact the hand with a, say, 1-inch narrow metal bar, that's a lot different than if you have a broad, say, plastic taillight or rear body panel. So when you have distributed loads, you can take much more. I told you guys about sitting on the bed, like how much you sink in. That's an example of spreading your load out. When you spread the load out, you don't sink in as much. So same thing with, forces on your body. If you take this pencil, I don't have to press very hard for it to pull in. But if I spread it out, I have to press much harder. So you have to look at the distribution of the load when you're talking about the failure. So when you look at the failure loads, it depends on what you're doing it with. If I hit you with a 5-pound 2x4 or a 5-pound pillow, they're both 5 pounds, but you'd much rather get hit by the pillow than the 2x4.
Bingo.
When you were asked questions about communications, when you would have communications with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, Did you ever use encrypted apps to secretly hide your communications? Apps like Signal?
No, I don't have any of those.
So
Me
the form
too,
of the
Lisa.
question,
Me too.
ask it differently.
When you were communicating with members of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, did you ever use encrypted apps like Signal to communicate?
Objection, scope, Your Honor.
I'm going to.
Scope is communication. He was
No,
asking about
I mean, I don't
communication.
even know what that is.
Would you ever use an encrypted app so those communications couldn't be tracked?
No.
Would you ever have any reason as a professional for doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sure,
You
you
were
heard it.
asked about confirmation bias. You remember those questions?
I do?
Could I have slide 33 of your PowerPoint, please?
I'm sorry, what number?
Slide
33.
33.
Give me a second.
That's what I'm saying. Bad optics for the jury too. Like for you to be going back and forth with your lawyers, like you're directing them around, like that's their job. What do you have 4 or 5 lawyers for if they don't know what they're doing and you need to direct them? It's bad optics. They're not watching the same trial, Lisa. They just want to be
33.
right so badly. They're
Could
willing
zoom
to
that in,
use
please.
whatever they have to say to make it right in their head.
A little larger so we can see it.
I cannot do it with one monitor.
You can't do it any closer than that?
No.
That would be a
Not
grave
since I
mistake
took down- hold
if
on.
they let Jackson
Here we go.
Delarca.
Which part do you want me to zoom in?
Miss Gilman can zoom in for you.
Sorry? Which part?
Miss Gilman's going to do it for you.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
If you could zoom in, please. Okay. On shift position signal, going forward, then neutral and reverse, does that data suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's strictly electronic data.
When we look over at the vehicle speed, can we go to the left a little bit? Down. Vehicle speed ending at 2361 miles per hour. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, again, these are direct readings from the vehicle. Again, that speed on this here, you have to correct for the slippage, which I do later on in the slide, but that is a direct reading from what the speedometer is seeing.
Acceleration at the end of that 10-second window, 74%. Does that suffer from confirmation bias?
No, that's a direct reading of a sensor. That's objective information.
Correct. That's right. Can't
I have no
confirmation
further
bias
questions. Thank you.
actual data, which was ridiculous
Anything,
of
Mr. Alessi?
Sure. So ridiculous. Oh, I can't.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, you were just asked questions about slide 33, which is the slide about text stream data.
Data.
You acknowledge that text stream data, what you have called a trigger, like was on that slide, does not tell you if a collision even occurred, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the topic of confirmation
Irrelevant.
bias
All the rest
that
of the
you were
data
just
does.
asked about in slide 33, am I correct that all of the questions that Attorney Brennan just asked you were about data on that slide, correct? All that's on that slide is data, correct?
And he asked me more questions than just this slide.
But
Yep.
were the questions just about data?
On this slide, it was just about data.
Correct. But confirmation bias
What?
is really aimed at opinions and conclusions and alternative
Makes
hypotheses.
sense.
Isn't that what confirmation bias gets at?
This is great.
So-
This is great.
Generally, yes. Again, I started this case
It
with
was
the
just a question.
hypothesis,
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
that the Lexus didn't contact Mr. O'Keefe. And so I start what's called the null hypothesis, that this didn't happen. And then I look at evidence to either include or exclude the null hypothesis. So theoretically, my confirmational bias starts with a bias that it didn't happen.
Bingo.
Can you point to one document that shows that you analyzed whether there was no contact between the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe. Can you point to one document?
The whole thing, you idiot.
On your slide presentation, that analyzed the null hypothesis, as you call it.
What?
There being no contact at all. Was there any slide in your direct testimony?
What?
So remember what I said, we start with hypothesis, we get more data, we whittle down our hypothesis to the final answer. I mean, I had 130 slides. I suspect I bored some of these people to death already. So I didn't include everything. There's thousands of photographs in here. There was a bunch of testing I did with the Lexus about backing, pedestrian detection that, removed certain hypotheses. So if I was able to eliminate a hypothesis, I didn't present it here.
Sir,
Common sense.
All the slides show that, to answer your question.
Sir, my question is,
All of them.
Is there any slide that says
It was yesterday.
alternative
Anna, it was yesterday.
hypothesis to whatever the label is, whatever the term, that says no contact between the Lexus vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe? Is there any document that you presented to the jury that shows that?
Any document where those words are written on it?
Correct.
No.
The whole thing shows it.
And to work through hypotheses, different ones,
Doesn't know what hypothesis
and to
is.
see whether there's confirmation bias. Have you heard of scientists refer that as showing your math, so to speak, in
This was
working
great.
through hypotheses, documenting each
That's for
hypothesis and how and why you rejected them? Have you heard of that term in the scientific world, show your math with confirmation biases and alternative hypotheses? Just a question. Have you heard the idiom, the phrase, show your math?
Your question is, have I ever heard show your math, period?
Associated with the application of various hypotheses to avoid confirmation bias. Have you heard of that term used in that conjunction?
Not really in that
Okay.
context. It's probably, I understand where you're going with it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
No further questions.
You're welcome. You're welcome that you're an idiot.
Also.
Oh my God, thank you.
Oh my God, thank you. He's like, oh,
Give me a
thanks.
minute to pack up and I will be out of here.
It's like, oh my God, thank Jesus that we're fucking done here. This poor guy. But I mean, Alessi goes on about hypotheses and hypothesis. Like, he has no idea what he's talking about. Show your math is for school, bud. Not for this. You don't show your math to show that you eliminated 17 other possibilities based on the data. You show the end result of the data, right? So it's like, bro, he sounds like an actual fool. An actual fool. And it's amazing to me how stupid it sounds. Because people are like, oh, Alessi's a really smart guy. And I'm like, where? Not here. Maybe he's brilliant when it comes to environmental law and depositions. I don't know. This is nowhere near brilliant. This is stupidity at its finest. This is lawyering 101, not knowing the stuff you're cross-examining, not knowing the material, not knowing how to apply it to a cross-examination to the point where you look like a fool. Okay? The poor guy's like, oh my God, thank you. Let me get the actual F out of here. And we found out some of the jury actually laughs and giggles when he says that. So it's like, what? Yeah, exactly. It's raining cats and dogs. Now that it's actually doing it, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's yeah, so hungry I could eat a horse, but you don't actually do it, right? Like, show your math. Imagine saying something ridiculous like that when it comes to a hypothesis. Show your math on eliminating hypotheses. What? What in the actual are you talking about? OMG. All right, guys. I've been here 4 hours and 15 minutes. We had a half day. I stayed a little longer so that we could get a few LOLs out of the whole thing. But I'm going to go. I got a bunch of stuff I need to do today, including laundry. So I love your faces. Do me a favor on your way out. hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you'd like to donate to the channel, we can definitely always use that help. We are just a little small channel trying to grow. We have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut, and then we have the link for those of you who want to use Apple Pay or those of you who want to just do a credit or debit and don't have any of these payment apps. Revolut is actually for those of you who are all around the world. If you haven't tried it, it's a cool app to send and receive. You can also do things like stocks and stuff, which is kind of cool, but it's there if you donate when I'm not live anymore. And I get a surprise one when I'm not live anymore. I will read it obviously in the morning. She did say that they were going to start late tomorrow, but we're not going to start late because they're still arguing something at 9 o'clock. They're just not bringing the jury in until 9:30. So we'll still be here at 8:30 as we always are, 8:30 a.m. We have a Discord. Pop in there sometimes. There's some good stuff. There's some good content, some ridiculous things that the cult says. They're quite funny. We have some good LOLs in there, that's for sure. So make sure, okay, that you are able to stay off of Twitter. It's a cesspool. Read stuff, but don't feed the trolls. It's purposeless. And it gives you a headache. You know, you need more Advil to deal with said trolls. I forgot to check real quick to make sure there was nothing else I needed to read to say thank you for. That might make sense. Forgot. I don't think there is because I checked a few minutes ago, but I see nothing. My phone's not even loading. Cool. My phone's buffering too. I guess, anyways, if I get something, obviously I'll read it tomorrow anyway. I love your faces. We do have monetization back. We have memberships. We have super chats. We have super stickers and super thanks. So if you're rewatching this, you can actually do what's a super chat when you're live as a super thanks in the comments, which is kind of cool. I didn't know that existed until I got the very first one the other day. That was very, very cool. I love your stinking faces. I will see you all at 8:30 a.m. If anybody needs me in the meantime, all of the information to get a hold of me is in the description of the video. It is also in the description of my channel itself on YouTube. My email is there, twistedtragedies3@gmail.com, and all the other ways to support the channel are there. I love you all. I will see you all in the morning. Bye.